Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The recent discovery of a human skull in a cave in Carbon County has reopened a mystery for a woman who wonders if the find could be linked to her aunt, who has been missing for 107 years. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports a family member contacted Cowboy State Daily and related her story.
We got an email from a woman who wondered if it might be her long-lost aunt who disappeared or hasn't been seen since like 1918. She was a 16-year-old girl, lived on a ranch, and eloped, lied about her age. Allegedly, she decided she didn't want to be married.
Sherry Boatman of Mills also tells Cowboy State Daily that in her research, she discovered that in the 1920 census, the former husband of her aunt listed himself as a widow. The Carbon County Coroner's Office plans to consult with anthropological experts to find out more information. The case of a Uinta County man accused of using an artificial intelligence application to remake a photo of a teenage girl he knows into child pornography resurrects some lawmakers' concerns about AI deception. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the issue isn't so cut and dry.
A lot of moving pieces here, because in 2002, you had the U.S. Supreme Court say, look, virtual child pornography is protected under the First Amendment. And then you have the explosion of AI and deepfakes and really realistic. We're not talking about cartoons anymore. And we're sometimes talking about the faces of real people depicted in child pornography. Lawmakers in the meantime are like, we've rejected efforts to legislate in this space in the past. Maybe we should have a look at it again.
The case of Matthew John McDowell, who turns 47 this year, rose Tuesday to the felony-level Uinta County District Court. A Laramie County Sheriff's Office detective report exposes graphic details about the abhorrent conditions more than 100 hoarded animals were kept in, according to court documents filed in Cheyenne Circuit Court. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the animal's owner, Michael O'Hearn, is accused of keeping the animals in deplorable conditions at his Cheyenne area home.
Officers were saying things such as there were feces all over the house, it was covered with mice, and that when they went into this residence, they had to cover themselves in protective equipment. There were 22 dead animals found on the property, one of which was an unknown animal that actually turned out to be the carcasses of 4 house cats that had fused together.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office recommended 22 counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals against him for each of the 22 animals the agency said it found dead inside the house. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lummis introduced a bill Tuesday to end the prosecution of diesel delete mechanics, free them from prison, and expunge all related penalties from their records. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Senator Lummis has already asked for a presidential pardon for Cheyenne diesel delete mechanic Troy Lake.
She went ahead and raised the issue again with some legislation that dropped Tuesday that is ambitious. It would basically try to nullify whole portions of the Clean Air Act, free every delete mechanic from jail or prison, and expunge their records.
Now, if her bill does become law, the Diesel Truck Liberation Act would signify a victory for diesel truck drivers and other diesel fleet holders who have removed or tampered with the mandatory emission systems on those vehicles. Governor Mark Gordon has announced the Cowboy State Agricultural Initiative and is appointing a 13-member working group, quote, committed to preserving Wyoming's agricultural heritage for current and future generations. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that sheep farming in particular could benefit from this initiative.
It's a huge industry producing wool and lamb in Wyoming, and it's getting harder and harder to do that. Passing a ranch or farm on to the next generation can be difficult these days because margins are tight.
The group includes executive branch advisors, state legislators, a county commissioner, agricultural association representatives, University of Wyoming officials, and business leaders. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind.
You're really gonna like it.
I hope so. Yeah.
I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The way is down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show for a Thursday, October 16. One family is wondering if the skull found in Carbon County by rock hunters in a cave could be their long-lost aunt, missing for 107 years. And fascinating story. We'll talk more about that with Jen Coker, who will be on in a moment. Is this Grace Bragg Alameda? The use of AI, artificial intelligence, to create deep fakes, to create pornography is a whole nother avenue opened up by today's tech advances. So weird, so crazy. You have a right to defend your likeness. I mean, where does it end? Where does it stop? Where does it even start when we're talking about deep fake? Your face, your head on someone's body, and it's so weird. 2 hunters dead in 2 days in Idaho. UW in the border war here in a couple of weeks going to wear special uniforms. The Pokes are going to wear all black to honor the coal tradition in Wyoming. They're going to look like they just walked out of a coal mine, and they're going to trade the brown and gold for all blacks. We'll still talk about fallout, bad word to use, right, concerning the nuclear project, Radiant Nuclear choosing Oak Ridge, Tennessee over Bar None, Wyoming. Still fallout over that. And we'll check in with Bill Alleman, see what he has to say. Lots to do, including a weather forecast, which we'll have to put on the back shelf because we got to get Jen in here. Jen, what's going on?
Not much, Jake. How about yourself?
Super thunderstorms yesterday for me. What about you?
Nothing here.
Oh.
I go to sleep at 8 p.m. There's a lot that could happen at night that I have no
Right.
idea that's happening.
It's a whole nother world opens up after 8.
is. I should stay up one night and see what happens.
I'm with you. I try to do that. It doesn't. I'm not always successful, but 8 o'clock, much after 8, because of this gig, and I'm bedtime.
We've got our morning duties.
I just read a new study. Have you noticed that, let's say you don't go to bed at 8. You plan on going to bed at 8. Something happens. You get a phone call. You're talking with a friend for an hour, whatever. Something puts you like an hour. And now all of a sudden it's 9:15 and you can't go to sleep. You have this second wind. Does that ever happen?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
It's a real thing.
Mm-hmm. And then conversely, it happens in the morning too. Like this morning, I woke up at 3 and I was like, I absolutely have to be awake for no reason. And I couldn't get back to sleep.
Yeah, I do my best sleeping in the morning when I shouldn't. Like that is the best. It's stolen time.
Peak. Yes.
Right? I mean,
absolute.
My 9 to 11 p.m. That's not good sleeping for some reason, but 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. if you could. Oh, that's some good. The early morning sleep is.
It's the best.
The best.
We've got it figured out.
Yeah. I did read a story, and there's science behind why you get that second wind. If you miss your typical bedtime window, when your body, your own internal clock tells you should be asleep, like this is when we sleep. If you miss that shot and go past it, yes, your body then goes into something else. Your brain emits neurotransmitters, and it tells your body, I guess it warns your body something's happening and we need to stay up now. See, is your body?
You see that. Yeah, you see that in kids too, right? If they miss their naps and then they get all wired, and it's like a whole different kind of energy. Not that I know personally, but I've seen it.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've seen it. You're right. That definitely happens. And that's what's going on. Your brain, your neurotransmitters, they tell your body, well, I guess it's an emergency and we better stay up. There's something going on.
Yeah. Now we know that the brain is really in charge of everything.
Mine isn't, but it should be, unfortunately.
Yeah, mine isn't either, now that you think about it.
Usually,
what does that say?
I blame it on like weekend and usually after 2 Coors Light. Yeah, I'm like, the brain is not working well.
No, mine's too pickled at this point.
Let's talk about it's not your story, but it should be your interest. I mean, it probably is. The found skull and why we might believe we go back like a long missing person case. And have you at all looked into the history of Grace Bragg Alameda? She was like a teen kid. She was like 16 years old or something and run off with older sheep herder. And they went to Salt Lake, and she lied about her age, and they got married. They were married 3 days, and she split, said the husband. She's like, we were married 3 days, and she took off. It's so weird.
So weird.
This is a long time. This is in 1918. It's a long time ago.
So imagine running away and how isolated you'd be. I mean, you have no control over your life at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that story was so eerie, but interesting.
That impulse is still alive today, but imagine it back in the early 1900s. That impulse for any teen, and I'm thinking especially a young lady who's, I think, more influenceable by an older man. You know, teens reach a point where, they're pushing back on their parents. It's all natural because they need to become an adult, and you go through that and you get over it, and then you figure out, mom and dad were right about everything. And that's when today's day and age, your 15, 16-year-old girl is too impressionable, too vulnerable to online predators, and they have a meetup or something. It's just terrible. But in 1918, you didn't have the internet, you didn't have the meetups, but you did have the potential for an older guy who should know better to run off and elope with a 17-year-old.
I think she was even younger.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it happening. An isolated girl on a ranch out in the middle of nowhere that's attractive to her. Guy comes through, gives her a song and dance.
Yeah.
Tells her, and like you say, I mean, at 16, you're not smart enough to walk. You shouldn't even be driving.
I know.
let alone be in that situation where you might just meet a guy and then decide to go with him to disastrous end.
And here's what at 16, Grace Alameda, May 14th, 1918 is approximate time of her disappearance. She was 16 years old, run off with a 39-year-old sheep herder out of Rawlins, John Alameda. Yeah, you're 16 and all you really know is you're tired of milking goats, if that's what you do with goats. You're like, I am tired of this. There's got to be more to the world. And here comes a guy saying, let's go to Salt Lake. And dang, you are lickety split out of it. Let me grab my 2 favorite dresses and adios, mom and dad.
Yep. That's how it happens. Weird. You can totally see it. And I feel so bad for this poor girl.
Yeah.
She has no idea he's a pedophile because let's face it, he's a pedophile. And here off she goes. And then she's stuck somewhere. It's not like she could call home.
Yeah, that's straight up pedophile, 39 and 16. I guess so. Yeah, that's
100%.
That's too big a get.
Even back then by those standards.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite as bad, but 39 and 16, that's not okay.
Yeah, that's not okay. That's never good. And so could be, I mean, we're going down speculation lane here, but the skull, I hope they can find out who the skull belongs to. It's weird. Nothing else was there. No other bones, just a skull.
Yeah. Well, I think how many years would that be? And what animal dragged it into there? I would say because she was in a cave. Well, who knows?
Yeah. That could be.
I'm speculating. I'm not supposed to do that anymore.
Oh.
But what I love about these stories is there's always a family member.
Yeah.
There's a family member who always is carrying this. And I see that all the time, a niece, a granddaughter, a daughter, and they just are advocating for their people.
Yes. And here's why Jen does what she does. And here's why the fascination in these kind of stories. It's the quote from this woman who thinks this could be my long lost aunt or this could be a family member. She says, Boatman says, I want to find out what happened to her before I die. Some people don't like to find skeletons in their family closet, but I do.
Such a good quote. I'm going to steal that at some point. But it's fascinating. And she's not going to get the whole story. There's absolutely no way, but she might get to know that was her. What is it? Was it her aunt?
Yeah, this would have been her aunt, yes. Or this is her aunt, but what happened to her?
Fascinating.
Yeah.
You might remember I kept you on the edge of your seat because I told you I had a story that you wanted to know about.
Well, I just figure, it's going to come in your good time. What is it?
I am working on, anytime I get to do a dog story, I love my job.
Oh.
So I get to do a job. Wyoming now has, you might not know this, I had no idea. I didn't know we had a fire marshal, a state fire marshal. I had absolutely no idea. Yes. So that person, Chris McDonald, and he's in the division, he called me and said, hey, we've got a arson detection dog. I'm like, where are you and how soon can I get there?
And how much food should I bring for the dog?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
What do you mean an arson detection dog?
This dog, Kyoto, who is a yellow Labrador retriever, the cutest dog on the planet. It will sit in your lap, not like those fussy canine dogs. Sorry, canine dogs, you are great. You do your job, but they're not friendly. This dog is so friendly.
Yeah.
And he detects all these different accelerants, and he's already made busts. He just busted an arsonist in Lovell. Yes. And he operates only by food. So he's food driven like myself. And he only gets fed when he's actually in training.
I can get with that. Yeah. Positive reward. Although that could lead to him making false ID. If he's rewarded for every time he just sniffs something out, he may fake it. He may be like, oh yeah, it's arson. Fill the bowl, Pavlov's dog. Oh, it's definitely arson. I smell.
Not only does he have to detect, he has to like show within an inch. Well, but he can show within 2 inches of where the actual accelerant is. So he's saving these guys all kinds of time.
Yeah.
This is his skill.
Because what is that cat up to? Because think about trying to piece together a potential arson, and everything's all charred up, everything's burned up. Mm-hmm. How do you even find evidence unless the kerosene can is sitting right there? Oh, that's obvious. Yeah, how do you even detect it? But we know dogs can smell like everything. They can smell cancer. They can smell fear on you. And they can smell things. Yeah. Why does the dog drool every time you take him to a gas station? Aha!
Yeah, because I think
salivating.
Yes, and I think if I'm not mistaken, what would you think is the most commonly used accelerant if you were to start a fire?
Ooh, I mean, I would think gas, but something tells me it's not.
No, I think you're right. I have to look at my notes, but it was something either gas or diesel.
Diesel burns too slow.
Oh, okay. Then it would be gas.
Yeah, it's why diesel is the preferred accelerant for a bonfire, for instance, or if you're going to do a burn in your backyard. Diesel doesn't pop like gas. Like you can drench something in diesel pretty good, and it'll burn, but it doesn't give you that explosive pop like gas does.
Then it's gas.
Yeah.
How do you know this?
Trial and error. Singed eyebrows. And I had this dog that just no. You learn these stuff on a ranch. You got to burn. So you burn the old fence, and yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Diesel. It's a slow burner.
Okay.
That's interesting. What's his name? Kyoto. Oh, Kyoto.
Yeah. And he's not named. He's named obviously, but he's not named. He's named before they get there. And these dogs are only through the ATF, and there's only 60 in the country, and Wyoming has one.
Yeah. So cool. I love it.
It's so cool. Yeah. Stay tuned. I'll have that. And I'm waiting with bated breath on an update on Chance Engelbert. I was told it was going to be yesterday, or I shouldn't say the remains that maybe Chance Engelbert.
Yes.
But I was told by Gary PD that there was a release. I'm waiting all day. Nothing.
I saw in the Gehring newspaper, whatever it's called, I did see their story, and they just had no details at all. I mean, some papers aren't. Who's as good as the Cowboy State Daily? Like, we had way more info. They didn't even know it. I think they were still speculating whether it was even human remains were found. They just said, we found something and we're closing this area. Don't go in there. Like, that was it. We already think maybe it could be a chance. Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see. I'm waiting. I'm hoping that comes today. I would love some answers. My question to the PD was, in their release, they had this cryptid sentence that said they were looking for a lab. So my question was to process the remains.
Oh, okay. Because you mentioned the dog. I'm like, they're looking.
Sorry. Yeah.
Did he have it?
You have to follow me, Jay. It's a scary proposition.
Looking for somewhere to process a facility. Like, I wonder. I wonder if, there is a limited amount of places where you can ship stuff off, statewide, federal. Maybe everything's money.
Everything's money. And there are free through I think it's the University of Florida. And I think that might be the only one, but I certainly don't quote me on that. But the wait on those things is years.
Yeah.
Because it is free.
Yeah.
But you can pay. My question was, where are you sending the remains? And he said, I have that response for you. So hopefully I'll know as soon as I get that information.
Yeah.
I'll know, but
yeah, these kind of forensic facilities, they're overwhelmed, understaffed, and their turnaround time is ridiculous. Like just doing any kind of blood work or whatever.
If I had money and a skill, I would open my own lab.
Yeah, you probably would. I could see that, Jen.
I absolutely would.
Totally see that. All right. Super good stuff. Thanks for joining us this early. Bedtime, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Don't miss the window.
I'll see you on Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along here on a Thursday. It's Jen Coker talking about a missing person case. We'll dive deeper into that in a little bit later. For now, let's take a break. I'll come back with a weather forecast after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, And you realize that you're not alone. Once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, I sometimes get down a rabbit hole reading old newspapers. I've suddenly made it my mission today to find out more about this Grace Bragg Alameda. I just feel so incomplete. I don't even know who this is, but to hear there's been a discovery of an old skull near Needle Peak in southern Carbon County. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken said he can confirm it's human, 40, 50 years old, maybe even older, possibly dating back as far as the 1800s, Sheriff Bakken says. But tests are going to have to be done on it. In the meantime, who is it? Sherry Boatman comes forward. She's a 70-year-old from Mills, Wyoming. Sherry We're going to have to get you on the show. I want you to share everything you know about your aunt. Sherry fears it could be her aunt, Grace Bragg Alameda. Grace, in May of 1918, disappeared from the family ranch, presumed to have taken off with a 39-year-old sheep herder, John Alameda. This happened in 1918. Grace was 16 years old. John was 39. Apparently, the two went to Utah, I think the Salt Lake area, where she lied about her age, and they were married. The marriage lasted, according to John Alameda, 3 days, and then she left. John said, yeah, she took off 3 days later. Meanwhile, is that story really true? There's reason to perhaps doubt that. John Alameda returned to the Rawlins area and continued to work on ranches in 1919. Then he also disappeared from history in about 1920. But is this Grace Bragg Alameda, this 60? I just feel for her. Like something about the story haunts me that a 16-year-old girl should just go missing, maybe meeting up with nefarious end by her 3-day husband. I don't know. So I'm searching. There's a website that has old newspapers from Wyoming. And I'm searching through them to see just to learn more about, like, if there was a time and back then in 1908, for instance, there is a newspaper, the Wyoming State Tribune, that mentions something about Grace Bragg in June of 1918, which would coincide, that would be about a month later, a month after Grace just left her family and left the family ranch. But is there no record of her anywhere? It's just not right that someone is erased that way. No record, no mention of them in history, no nothing. So weird. We may still never get answers even after this skull is analyzed, but I don't know. So that's if somehow if you hear dead air and see an empty screen, that's because I'm like reading these old newspapers trying to figure stuff out. Day weather forecast, chance of rain. It's going to be rainy and cold today, really, across the state. Chance of rain in Casper with highs only 51. Lander, you'll be lucky to see 50. Probably not with rain on the way. Evanston, chance of snow and rain with highs only 44 in Evanston today. Rock Springs, 46. Rainy, breezy, little snow mixed in there as well, maybe. Pinedale, chance of snow and rain, breezy, 42 the high in Pinedale. Afton, 41. DuBois, chance of snow and rain, breezy, highs 44. Jackson, some fog in the morning and then snow and or rain or both with the highs 45. Thermopolis, you'll top out about 46. That's all with rain in the front end of the day, probably before 1 in the afternoon. Chance of rain mainly after 3 in Cody with highs 44. Buffalo, rain likely, breezy, highs 43 in Buffalo. Rain near certain in Sheridan with highs 48. Sheridan's had a good bit of rain this year, this calendar year. I bet it'd be near record-setting rain by the time 2025 is done for Sheridan. I mean, that Sheridan doesn't normally over there, the Bighorn Basin. These are drought areas typically. I'll bet the Sheridan's had more moisture this year than many summers. Gillette, rain likely, highs 46. Newcastle, high 49, rain, yep. Torrington, foggy morning, then a chance of rain with highs today 64. That's the hot spot in the state. The best will do, 64. Lusk, 55, rainy. Chance of rain in Cheyenne as well, with highs in the upper 50s. Might see the sun start to peek out in late afternoon. Chance of rain or snow in Laramie with highs 50. Chance of rain in Rawlins. Cloudy, windy, and cool. 44, the high in Rawlins. How's it get so cold in Wyoming, you might ask, if you're not from around here? Hey, you ain't from around here if you don't think it can be 41 for a high in mid-October. But here's how, mostly elevation. And I was studying on earlier today elevation around the state. What is the highest place in Wyoming and what's the lowest? And I don't mean mountains. We're not going to count mountains. No Gannett, no Teton. We're not going to do mountains. Like anywhere you would live. Any town. What is the highest elevation town in Wyoming? And what's the lowest? Anybody care to guess? I should put to the test Abby. It is Ask Abby Thursday, but I got some bad news. Sad news. Where's I should have some kind of music. I should have some kind of sound effect too, as to what would be a good. No, it's not scary news. It's bad news. Abby can't be with us today. I'm so sad. So we don't get Abby and her contemplative face she makes when she tries to conjure an answer from the upper left-hand corner of her brain. But if we did have Abby, I would ask her, what are the highest and lowest elevation places? There was some eye-opening things. I mean, I've been all around Wyoming, and I could kind of tell you back of the napkin elevation guesses that would be ballpark and be kind of right. But there were some surprises for me. I'm always astounded because I live in Jackson, in the mountainous western half of the state in Jackson Hole. I mean, we got some mountains. We're high. We're in the Rocky Mountain chain. Look outside. There's the Teton. Look outside. There's mountains everywhere. So I get this impression that Jackson is higher in elevation than almost anywhere in the state, and that's not necessarily true. Jackson about 6,200 feet above sea level, 6,200. And it's just boggling to think that higher than that is almost anywhere in Albany County. Laramie, of course, 7,165. The field that the Cowboys play on, if you go to the campus, 7,220. You see those numbers. Many people may wonder, what does that mean? If you ever go to a Wyoming Cowboy football game, you'll see those numbers right there on the field. They're not yard markers. You know, there's the goal line, the 5, the 10, the 15. He's running to the 35, 50. You'll see other numbers off to the side, 7,220. That's the elevation. That's a reminder to anybody who visits the field, any opponent that comes from somewhere else. That's a reminder you're sucking wind, Jack. There's no oxygen here. 7,220 feet at the campus football field at the War Memorial. That is high. That's why they call it the High Plains. But it's just weird to think that Laramie is that much higher in elevation than Jackson. Because especially if you approach Albany County and Laramie County from the east, for instance, driving through Nebraska. So I had to go check because you don't get a sense that you're gaining elevation. If you're in Lincoln, Nebraska, the state capital, it's 1,000 feet above sea level, 1,000 and some change. And that makes sense because Nebraska, in my mind, in your mind too, maybe, it's flat as a board. Just flat cornfield, no elevation gain. It's just a flat state. If you dropped a marble on Nebraska, it wouldn't roll off in any direction. It would just sit there. In Wyoming, we all learned to walk incline because Wyoming is up, down, no matter where you are. And it always seems to be up. Wyoming's uphill everywhere. Hardly ever a downhill. It's just uphill. So how do you get from 1,000 feet above sea level in Lincoln, Nebraska, and you say, we're going to drive to Wyoming today, and by the time you get to Laramie, you're at 7,165 feet. You've come up 6,000 feet elevation gain, and you barely know it. Well, your car might know it because you are gradually gaining elevation traveling westbound in Nebraska. That's the deal. I looked it up. It's deceptive. So that by the time you reach Wyoming, you left Lincoln, Nebraska, you reach Wyoming. Welcome to Wyoming. You're at 6,500 something feet. Wow. How did that happen? Du Bois, that's a high elevation town up there in Never Sweat. That's where it got the name. Originally, the folks in Du Bois wanted to call their town Never Sweat. They petitioned the federal government to have it. When it came time for Du Bois was big enough for a post office, they said, we want to be Never Sweat. And the Fed said, no, that's not a real name. And they made Du Bois be Du Bois, named after some lawmaker in Idaho, I think he was. So darn, they should be Never Sweat. 6,917 feet above sea level, Du Bois. Other high-level towns, Pinedale, just down the road, 7,175 feet. Big Piney, America's little icebox, is at 6,800. Real high elevation town. Mountain View, you're 6,800. Evanston, Lyman, 67. Those are pretty high towns. Some of the lower elevation, the lowest, you'd have to go to Crook County. Just about everywhere in Crook County, down low. Crook County as a county is the lowest elevation county in Wyoming because of towns like Aladdin, where you're at 3,740 feet. Tiny little Aladdin. Tiny little Alva. You're just under 4,000. Beulah, 3,570. Hewlett is at 3,755. Moorcroft, Sundance, a little higher in the 4,200 feet above sea level. Moorcroft, Sundance, 47. So, yeah, lowest points in Wyoming. I think Aladdin wins as the lowest township, the lowest where anybody lives. And there's not many anybody's living in Aladdin, but it counts. 3,740 feet. There's your trivia question of the day, Abby. Where is the lowest point in Wyoming? It's Aladdin. And close is, and here was another surprise, Sheridan. 3,745. A big difference. I think a big difference. Almost 1,000 feet lower than Buffalo, which is just right down the road. Sheridan, 3,745 feet, makes Sheridan one of the lowest elevation towns in Wyoming. All these things affect weather, absolutely, and affect your highs and lows today. Just thought I'd mention it on the subject of weather. There, that burns down another 10 minutes. Now we got to take a commercial break while I go look up this poor 16-year-old that disappeared from Wyoming in 1918. The things I do for you people to try to find more information. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Coming right back at you in a moment.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Does this music conjure any notions of the flapper era of 1920s? Did they have this flapper jazz music in 1918? Or was that too early? Probably too early. Yeah, the Roaring 20s, this was probably a little early for 1918, but let's say at the Brady household, they were ahead of their time. Mr. and Mrs. Joe Brady on a ranch outside of Rawlins, Wyoming, maybe they were ahead of their time. And on the phonograph, on the big, them record players that had the big horns sticking out of them, and the dog's listening to it. Let's say they had this song going. And Mrs. Brady says, have you seen Grace today? No, have you? I sent her out to milk the cows and she hasn't come back. Oh, she's probably hanging out with that sheep herder, John, what's his name? So weird. I feel like I'm back there in Rawlins, Wyoming, 1918. And I finally did find a little bit of a news story. Nothing that Scott Schwebke didn't already find for you in his story in the Cowboy State Daily. His story about he's had two back-to-back stories. First, a skull was found in a cave by a rock hunter in Carbon County in Needles Peak, that area, Needle Peak, southern Carbon County. The sheriff verified that it is a human skull, believes it could be at least 40, 50 years old or more, maybe dating back to the 1800s, maybe dating back to 1918. Nothing else was found, no remains, no nothing, just a skull in a cave. It has to be tested. That's the next step to see who it may have been. But upon hearing the skull was found, Sherry Boatman, 70 years old, lives in Mills. She said, my son showed me the newspaper article about it, the skull, and I got really excited. She said, it could be my long-lost aunt, Grace Bragg Alameda. Her long-lost aunt disappeared in 1918. In May of 1918, Grace was just 16 years old at the time. Scott Schwebke writes in the story that it's believed Grace took off with a handsome, dashing sheep herder, 39-year-old John Alameda. And sure enough, Scott says Grace Alameda likely boarded a train in Rawlins with John en route to Ogden, Utah, where he had relatives. A marriage license was found indicating they were married in Ogden. Grace was listed as 18 years old. She obviously lied about her age. She was only 16. When asked later, John Alameda said, yeah, we were married for like 3 days, and then she left, took off. And I found a newspaper article that probably Scott Schwebke found as well. It's in the Wyoming State Tribune, and it's a month after Grace disappeared, June 19th, 1918. It reads, Grace Bragg, a pretty 16-year-old Rawlins girl, disappeared about 3 weeks ago. Up to date, no trace of her has been found. Her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Brady, are anxiously searching for her. On May 4th, the girl went to Ogden with John Alameda, who is supposed to have married her there. The girl is said to have lived with her husband. Well, that didn't last long from what we understand, but this just fascinating. I'm not going to be able to shake it. I'm not going to be able to forget. I'm going to have to learn everything I can learn about this poor 16-year-old. Whether or not the skull is hers, and maybe I'll talk to Scott, the Cowboy State Daily journalist who wrote this story, and see if Scott can put me with Sherry Boatman, who believes this could be her aunt. It's an incredible story in the Cowboy State Daily. We're also going to reach out, try to find Michelle Roundy so we can give her our personal congratulations at Cowboy State Daily. Michelle Roundy was named Wyoming Department of Education Teacher of the Year for 2026. Roundy teaches 10th and 12th grade English language arts at the Jackson Hole High School in Teton County School District number 1. That can't be easy, teaching 12th grade English. I can't imagine teaching high schoolers. It just seems so tough. I would rather have a younger kid, a mind you can, mold a little bit better, a mind that's a little more open. Juniors and seniors in high school, oh, that's got to be tough. She's been doing it for 18 years, though. Michelle has no problem. She's developed a deep belief that strong, authentic relationships among teachers and students are at the heart of meaningful learning. Michelle Roundy is an inspiring leader, said State Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. Her dedication to cultivating these deep relationships is the key to her success. 2026 Teacher of the Year in the state is Jackson Hole High School's Michelle Roundy. Superintendent over at the district, Scott Chris, said Michelle embodies the very best of the teaching profession and serves as a positive cultural influence for both students and staff. Congrats, Michelle. So happy. She was deeply humbled, honored to be representative of the 2026 Wyoming Teacher of the Year. We already have reached out to try to get Michelle on the show. Maybe from her classroom. That'd be kind of cool. She can come on late. Those high school kids, they don't start school till like noon. No, I'm kidding. But they do start late. There were studies done to show that high school age kids, their brain doesn't start working till about 10 a.m. That's a fact. Have you ever hung out with any 15, 16, 17-year-old? They do not get up to speed early in the morning. They're ready to take a test or do something, use their brain power at 11 at night, unlike most. 11 at night, I'm ready to check out. There isn't much I can do but watch something on Netflix. But in the morning, that's when you catch the high schoolers sleeping. They need to sleep in for their brains. Their brains are still developing. And studies show they're not ready to do any hard thinking before 9. So, yeah, high schoolers start their school day later than elementary school kids. For the most part, they do in Teton County. I don't know about where you folks are listening to us, but we start our high schoolers late because they're not quite there yet. So maybe if Michelle is in class, we can catch her at her very first English class. That'd be cool. Have her join us. We've had sheriffs join us from Cheyenne Frontier Days Parade. Remember that? We had Laramie County Sheriff join us right from a float on the parade. So we want to go get you where you are, I guess, what we're saying. Speaking of academia and really good teachers, I was so excited about this. There's a married couple that's at the helm of 10 Sleep School. Tiny 10 Sleep has a school in the foot of the Bighorns, and they for the second year in a row, they posted the highest Y-top scores across science, math, and English. Higher than anybody. Tiny 10 Sleep. So when you start seeing that, you're like, wait a minute, how are these test scores? Y-top is W-I-T-O-P-P. It's an assessment test trying to, assess how smart kids are in science, math, and English. And these kids in Tiny 10 Sleep for the last 2 years have been crushing it. What? What's going on? Well, if you find out what's going on, it's a husband-wife team that's teaching them. Jessica Jackson, along with her husband, and whatever they're doing right. Wildfile has the story. It's an exciting story. Not always do a husband-wife team work well together, but these two do. Yeah, it's fantastic. Superintendent, Washakie County School District number 2, Superintendent Annie Griffin and 10 Sleep School Principal Robert Griffin are the married couple in charge of making 10 Sleep smart again, and really smart. Yeah, we'll talk more about that next hour. We're out of time this hour, but yeah, they're smart in 10 Sleep. And congrats again to Michelle Roundy, 2026 Teacher of the Year in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break. We'll see you in a moment.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The fallout from Radiant Nuclear's pullout from Wyoming to build in Tennessee continues. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports Representative Bill Alamond says his fiery opposition to accepting nuclear waste storage in Wyoming has tarnished some political relationships.
In September, State Representative Bill Alamond came in and testified at a meeting of the Bar Nunn Town Council. Mayor Peter Boyer told me that this interaction rubbed him the wrong way and that he's still pretty upset with Alamond even though the fate of the nuclear project has already been decided.
The mayor of Bar Nunn tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't want to work with Bill Alamond anymore unless he absolutely has to. Wyoming outdoorsmen are warning about the dangers of hunting as the accidental shooting deaths of 2 Idaho hunters in the past week highlights the dangers of unsafe hunting. 21-year-old Kalani Orr of Blackfoot, Idaho, died Friday from a gunshot wound to the chest while on a hunting trip in a remote area of Fremont County, Idaho. Then, on Sunday morning, California resident Nathan Thomas Kaz, 48 years old, died from blood loss after suffering a gunshot wound to the leg in rural Clark County, Idaho. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines, who is currently away from his laptop out hunting, says as some hunting areas across Wyoming become more crowded every season, the potential for accidental injuries or deaths from other hunters increases. When the University of Wyoming football team takes the field October 25th for the 117th Border War against Colorado State University, there'll be a noticeable color contrast. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the usual color scheme of brown and gold will be replaced to reflect an important Wyoming industry.
In the spirit of Wyoming's coal industry, the University of Wyoming Athletics Department partnered with the Wyoming Mining Association to design a black and white uniform that's going to be debuted during the Border War on October 25th. And it's a pretty stark contrast from what most people expect to see the UW Cowboys wearing. But it's to honor the coal miners and the families who have supported that industry, which has supported Wyoming basically since its inception. So it's going to be a pretty jarring contrast. But the quote, Cowboy State Daily columnist Sally Ann Schumer, anything that helps us beat the sheep is fine with UW.
The alternative uniform is part of a one-game-only partnership between the University of Wyoming and the Wyoming Mining Association. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single-game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The recent discovery of a human skull in a cave in Carbon County has reopened a mystery for a woman who wonders if the find could be linked to her aunt who's been missing for 107 years. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports a family member contacted Cowboy State Daily and related her story.
We got an email from a woman who wondered if it might be her long-lost aunt who disappeared or her husband been seen since 1918. She was a 16-year-old girl, lived on a ranch, and eloped.
Sherry Boatman of Mills also tells Cowboy State Daily that in her research, she discovered that in the 1920 census, the former husband of her aunt listed himself as a widow. And a Laramie County Sheriff's Office detective report exposes graphic details about the abhorrent conditions more than 100 hoarded animals were kept in. That's according to court documents filed in Cheyenne Circuit Court. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the animal's owner, Michael O'Hearn, kept the animals in deplorable conditions at his Cheyenne area home.
Officers were saying things such as there were feces all over the house, there were dead animals littering the place, and that when they went into this residence, they had to cover themselves in protective equipment, wearing bodysuits and respirators in order to keep themselves safe.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office recommended 22 counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals against him. For each of the 22 animals, the agency said it found dead inside the home. O'Hearn made a virtual appearance in Cheyenne Circuit Court on Wednesday, during which the judge set his bond at $100,000. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Checking some feedback on the Facebook page. David checks in, says he was just looking that up yesterday, if Wyoming has any land below sea level. No way, David. Not west of the Mississippi. Not in the Rocky Mountain West. Wyoming, lowest we go is 3,700, as we found in Aladdin. But yeah, the lowest point in Wyoming that's not technically a town is if you follow that Belle Fourche River right to the South Dakota border, and you start to get, that's as low as we go. How low can you go? That's as low as Wyoming Limbo's, the Belle Fourche, as it enters Dakota. Rob wants to know what the weather in KC gonna be today. Probably wet, Rob. I don't have Don Dave's, but what Don will be here in a minute. We'll ask him. How about that? Don will be on in a second. I usually ask him some challenging, big weather-related question. Today, I'll just say, well, what the weather in KC today? Because we got some outlaws holed up in KC, Wyoming. And Jared knows Robert and Annie Griffin. We were just talking about them. The married couple that's steering the 10 Sleep School to high academic marks for 2 years straight. These kids in 10 Sleep are crushing YTOP. I mean, just give them a test. I dare you. And these third graders will prove how smart they are. 10 Sleep. And how are they able to do it? Well, it's the Griffins. And it's also the fact, I mean, it's a small school, so they can individualize lessons and curriculum. That's the biggest key. When you have a classroom of, I don't know, 20 or more, when you start getting into the higher numbers, you just can't pay any particular attention to any one kid. One kid could drag down a class of 20-something, or one high-achieving kid in a class of 24 could be left unchallenged. The bigger the classroom, the less you're serving the student. And that's just fact. So these smaller classrooms, you can really meet the students where they are. You can meet the kids where they are, and you give them the individualized lessons that they need and pay particular attention to them. Sometimes it's that easy. These 10 sleep. I'm looking at some photos, 10 sleep second graders listening to a lesson on how sand is formed on this particular day. Great story by Wildfile, by the way. Katie Klingsporn wrote the story. She's a great writer. And Katie said on the particular day she went to visit, Thursday in September, it was a rainy day. And she said, perfect rainy day, perfect day to teach high school students about Gothic literature. What? How does stuff like that, teaching kids about the works of Edgar Allan Poe and elements of Gothic fiction, horror, thriller, kind of genre books, Hitchcock movies? She said the conversation ranged all over the place, stuff like that for the day she was there. How does that translate into higher test scores? Katie, in her one day in the classroom, didn't see anything that would indicate that these kids were being prepped for standardized tests, but it's working. 10 Sleep K through 12 school topped the state in the latest Wyoming test of proficiency and progress scores. Why top? Earned them the highest proficiency in all 3 content areas tested: English, math, science. They are crushing it in 10 Sleep, raising a smarter kind of kid over there. And then for recess, they go out and climb a mountain, of course. This is 10 Sleep. They got a real emerging climbing community. They're making Lander worried that they're going to take over the climbing capital of the world. Lander has knolls, of course. Oh, or do they? I asked Bill the other day. Bill Sniffen's from Lander, Cowboy State Daily journalist, longtime newsman. And the last I heard is Knowles was in financial trouble or just kind of disintegrating. Is that right? Or do I have it wrong? Knowles is, headquartered in Lander. Yeah, March of 2024. Knowles, global operation, major Teton County or Fremont County employer, will eliminate 60 jobs as well as suspend operations at 3 of its campuses. The 59-year-old institution has to pivot to meet modern demands. So change is underway for Knowles, certainly. And this happened, coming out of COVID where nobody could do nothing. You couldn't even climb a mountain during COVID. You had to be, you could stand 6 feet from each other at the bank. That was okay, said the feds, said the CDC. 6 feet from the dude in front of you at the bank, but you can't play a football game, or you can't basketball. That was my favorite COVID thing. We were just making up stuff as we were going. At the basketball game, they eliminated the tip-off. Like, they start the game with a tip. The referee throws the ball up in the air and 2 guys tip it. That put the players too close to each other, or that had a referee touch. Meanwhile, the whole game involves people close to each other. Like when you're guarding a dude, you're right, you're touching him. And the referee touches the ball after just about every basket. The referee's constantly touching the ball. It's not like they swapped out the ball or swabbed it with alcohol. But to play basketball safely, we had to get rid of everybody in the crowd. You weren't allowed to go to the game and watch any of these kids. And the kids, and we eliminated the tip-off. One aspect of the game that has nothing to do with anything of spreading. If COVID's going to get spread, if you're going to have a super spreader basketball event, it ain't going to be because of the tip-off to start the game. It's going to be because of the whole game itself. And the kids then sitting in the locker room at halftime right next to each other. Oh, but it's the tip-off. Same thing in baseball. You know what they did in baseball? They told the kids they couldn't come out of the dugout and congratulate anybody after a home run. You know, when somebody hits a home run, they're circling the base, everybody comes out and meets them at home plate, and they all like, yeah, nice home run. They high five at home plate. Couldn't do that. Meanwhile, you could sit right next to each other in the dugout and share water from the same Gatorade jug. You couldn't come out and congratulate one of your own players for a home. It was just stuff we did in COVID. It's just so dumb. 6 feet from the person in front of you at the bank, and no more tip-offs. Where was I? I got sidetracked with, that was Knowles. Somehow I got to Knowles and how they're falling apart because of COVID. And that all came from 10 Sleep. 10 Sleep's the new climbing mecca of Wyoming. And 10 Sleep, I mentioned because of the teachers there doing a great job getting those kids ready. So see, this is how my mind unraveled over the last 10 minutes. Don Day will be here in a moment. We'll get a weather forecast for Casey, Wyoming, and more. Also, what else do we got to get to? This whole issue of deep fakes, AI, and all this is weird. I got 2 stories regarding how AI is going to change the future. It's going to change the future in many ways, myriad ways, but how artificial intelligence, how the ability to create a person that's not a person, or a person that looks like a person, or in this Uintah County case that Claire McFarland writes, a man is accused of taking a real person's photograph and making her appear younger and then putting her in sexual situations. It's so weird. So it is a real person, but they didn't. So should you be able to do that? And then there's the most famous actress that you're going to hear of soon. She's going to be a mega star. Is not real. And Hollywood is scared to death of her. Yeah, we're going to talk about deepfakes, AI, and people who are not real. When we come back, Don Day, he's real. He'll be here. I think he's real. We'll ask him.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Don Day with the day weather forecast. Don, 2 questions. What's weather going to be in KC today? Rob wants to know.
KC, occasionally wet, 40s, 50, maybe 50. I don't know. It may not get out of the 40s.
Yeah.
And off and on rain.
Ugh. Sorry you asked, Rob. Also,
maybe he wants rain.
He might. Hey, I was wondering if by the time it's all said and done, when we wrap up and put a bow on 2025, whether Sheridan will experience one of the higher wet seasons, higher years of precip. They seem to be getting rained on a lot this year.
Well, they have, although they hit a gap midsummer where it didn't rain a lot. But I think more important, it's not so much where is 25 going to rank. It's the turnaround from the very dry 24. I think that's the important thing. I mean, a year ago at this time, think where we were with fires and the problems that we had in north central and northeastern Wyoming last summer and fall. Don't have it. We really turned things around in that part of the state with precipitation in many areas of the east. So yes, it's going to certainly be one of the wetter years, but a big turnaround from 24.
All right. My other question for you is, are you real, Don Day? Because you just can't tell anymore with these deep fakes and AI and stuff like that.
No, actually, I'm not. I'm actually the real me is up elk hunting at the moment.
Or still in Albuquerque floating in a balloon. Like, I knew it. Remember, like back in the day, it was Max Headroom, the fake.
I know, right?
He was so fake. But today it's Tilly Norwood, and she's like the hottest actress going, except she ain't real. So weird. So maybe, Don, if you can harness the powers of AI and deep fake, you can create an alternative Don Day that talks to me and does weather, and you can go out elk hunting and balloon floating all you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary. It really is.
It is.
I mean, the AI videos, I mean, sometimes you got to look really hard to see what's real or not. So technology, I'm always, pro technology, but there's a couple of people who I follow. Are you familiar with a guy named Brett Weinstein?
No.
He's an evolutionary biologist.
Yeah.
And his contention is technology is moving so fast. We cannot keep up. As from being able to hold society together with this rapid pace that we're on. And his point is we're not able to adapt this quickly to the technology.
I got to agree with him. And that may cause all kinds of symptoms of pain that we're seeing, like in everyday news headlines. You're like, why are these things happening? Because we can't keep up with. Yeah, so that makes sense. I'll have to be a new follower, a new believer, new disciple. One thing you can trust, one thing that is real, is the raindrops when you walk outside and the chill weather.
And
you
even,
can count.
and even the snowflakes. Take a look at the Y.dot webcams in Evanston.
No.
Yeah, there's snow on Interstate 80, and there's a couple inches of snow on the ground in that southwest corner of the state.
Here we go.
Anybody traveling Interstate 80 or headed to Salt Lake, you're going to hit a little bit of winter.
Yep. Okay. Well, we're ready for it. Tomorrow, I want to talk about elevations in Wyoming. So many varied elevations, 2,000-3,000 feet between different towns, and how that affects weather. Obviously, it's the high and low. It's temperature usually, but yeah, we were talking about elevations this morning. So across the state, this is kind of not a great day to do something outside, really.
Not unless you're a duck. Great day if you're a duck.
All right. We got to get Congresswoman Harriet Hageman in here. Otherwise, I would never rush you down, but only for,
But is it really Harriet or not?
First question actually, she is concerned about deepfake. She's proposed legislation, all that kind of stuff. So it's in her wheelhouse. I'll check, though. I'll make sure she's real.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. That's Don Day with a day weather forecast. First thing we got to ask, Congresswoman Hageman, are you real? She's probably not ready for that. Congresswoman, so good to have you on. How's your Thursday? Where am I? Thursday going?
Wonderful. How are you?
Good. Don Day, the weather guy, and I were talking about all these AI and these deep fakes. The new actress, the hot actress now, Tilly Norwood, who isn't even real. It's so weird. And we're going to have to make a whole batch of laws just to deal with what could be done with fakes, with deep fakes, with AI, things you can't trust and believe. It's so odd.
I think so, too. The reality is that laws typically follow in the wake of changes in technology, and that's what we're seeing in spades with AI and the other advances that are happening. And in reality, it's across the board, whether it's in the medical field using AI or in, as you indicate, the deep fakes and the way that people could be slandered, libeled with accusations of saying things that they never said, with people making videos. It's an exciting time, but it's also a bit of a scary time as well.
Yes, it is. All right, we're going to cover a lot of ground, starting with the fact that we're not covering any ground. The feds are shut down, government shutdown, stalled in the Senate, obviously, and I know we want to play the blame game. Democrats are holding things up on what they say is these expiring subsidies of Obamacare. That's a worthy cause. I don't want my health care rates to go up, and I think they're probably going. Everything goes up, but where are we? Is there an end to this?
I hope that there is an end, because I don't think that that's actually what is driving this. I think what's driving this is the I Hate America rally that is going to be held this Saturday in Washington, D.C. And I think that has as much to do with the obstreperousness of the Democrats as anything else. I also would, if you want to talk about those subsidies, that's fine. What I think it demonstrates is that Obamacare has absolutely failed. And it has resulted in exactly what we were trying to convince people of at the time that they were voting on this 15 years ago. There were many of us on the conservative side who kept saying you cannot have a government paid program. Every time that the government gets involved in healthcare, they then don't focus on providing healthcare. They focus on controlling costs, and costs have absolutely exploded under Obamacare because it is a failed policy. So what are the subsidies? Prior to COVID, prior to when the Democrats used reconciliation in 2022 to pass through these subsidies, unlimited subsidies, by the way, and by that I mean it doesn't matter what you earn. You can get subsidies under Obamacare because of what the Democrats did with reconciliation in 2002. But recognizing that this was going to break the bank, recognizing that this would cost hundreds of billions of dollars right now, the price tag's probably over $500 billion to extend these subsidies to anybody who wants them, regardless of their income, is going to cost about $500 billion. Recognizing that it was the Democrats that put a sunset on that of December 2025 without Republican support. The Democrats were the ones who put the sunset of December 2025. They're now screaming and yelling and saying, we have to extend these subsidies. But keep in mind, for anyone who makes 4 times the poverty level or less, your subsidies will continue. That was baked into the original Obamacare law. So this only applies to that segment of the population that makes more than 4 times the poverty level. So you're talking about people could make $500,000 a year right now and get Obamacare subsidies from the American taxpayer. What is happening in December is that cohort of people will no longer be entitled to the subsidies. But again, that isn't what this is about. What this is about is the Democrats' effort to stop the Donald Trump agenda and the agenda of the Republicans in the House and the Senate. It's really that simple.
Let's talk about news. Exciting news, positive news. Just days ago, President Trump's commitment to stand with Israel in the face of barbaric terrorist organization Hamas. Hostages freed after 2 years. This should have been like dominant headline news, but I think left-leaning media is just downplaying it because it's a Trump victory. This is good news.
This is good news. This is great news. It was an awfully emotional day watching those families as they greeted their family members who had been taken hostage over 2 years ago. This is exciting. It is exciting for the entire world. It was a great day. This is a step forward in terms of Middle East peace. Whether it's going to hold, I don't know the answer to that, but this was the first step and it was an important one. Also, you just have to recognize when you look at those poor men, those gentlemen who have been returned, and the torture that they have been subjected to over the last 2 years. Anyone who has supported Hamas, anyone who has said that it was Israel committing genocide, that Israel did not have the right to win this war, has been proven to be absolutely wrong. And their reaction, as you have pointed out, Jake, demonstrates that this was not about this idea that Israel was the bad guy in all of this. This was more spreading of anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish, anti-Israel rhetoric and propaganda. This was a great day. I'm excited. I know some of the family members who had members taken hostage, and I'll tell you what, Monday was pretty exciting.
Other news of the day, and this is a little disturbing, I think. The UN wants to ban the burning of fossil fuels and fine countries that do so. That certainly sounds contrary to Wyoming's prosperity and a bit of a global stretch, a real reach. What's going on there with the UN?
So the UN has come up with this idea that any country that produces or uses fossil fuels should be subject to paying reparations to other countries. The irony and the absurdity of that is that every country in the world uses fossil fuels, whether they produce them or not. Our prosperity is dependent upon fossil fuels, coal, oil and gas, etc. So the idea that they're going to do this, I think that it really exposes the dark underbelly of who and what the UN is and has become. Really, it is a globalist organization that wants to control all aspects of the economy, and really the target is the United States. The target is not the Mideast. The target is not China. The target is not Russia. The target is the United States. And this is a way for them to redistribute our money, our taxpayer dollars, to other countries that they believe are more deserving of these funds and these resources. So I have introduced a bill making it illegal for American taxpayer money to be paid in reparations of any sort, because every once in a while the UN again raises its ugly head and starts talking about a variety of different ways in which they want to redistribute the resources that the United States has. I don't buy into it. I don't think the American public does. And so I have introduced a bill to block those efforts.
We're talking to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. She joins us monthly. We might have to increase the amount of time you're on. There's so much to cover. Yeah, if the EU wants to install solar panels all the way up and down the Eiffel Tower, that's great. That's good on them. Just don't reach into American pockets to pay for it. I like that. Let's turn.
Well, Jake, I want to point something out that happened this week that I think is absolutely stunning. The city of Hamburg in Germany, one of the largest cities in the country, had a referendum on Sunday, and only 43% of the people in the community actually voted in it, but they voted to essentially deindustrialize. So this is a large city. It's an incredibly important port city in Germany, and the people there have voted to turn themselves into a third world country and return themselves to the time before the use of fossil fuels. They are destroying their industries. They voted to deindustrialize. When you think about it and you think about the automobiles that have been manufactured in Germany over the years, Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW, etc., those companies are no longer able to manufacture in Germany because they don't have the energy resources available to be able to do so. That's what the United Nations wants to do to every country on earth, and most specifically the United States. And we're not going to have any of that nonsense.
That is crazy. Last month, you were super busy. We'll talk about all the places you got around to in state. But last month, September, a busy month, representing citizens that are wrapped up in federal agency casework. Whether you've got problems with the IRS, the VA, the USDA, whatever it is, and you were able to return money to citizens, money talks. What is that all about? What are you doing on behalf of the American citizen?
I'm going to give all the credit to my staff because I have the very best staff that of anybody in Congress. They're absolutely phenomenal. And what they do is what we refer to as casework. And that is if someone has a problem with the IRS or the Social Security Administration, the VA, the USDA, whatever agency it may be, if they contact my office, then we can open a case file and see if we can resolve that matter. It may be that they're not issuing a permit for the last 5 years, the BLM not issuing a permit. We can get involved in that. But as of the end of September, we have returned over $10.5 million to the citizens of Wyoming. And again, that might be a check for $800 of an IRS tax refund that had been stalled or being reimbursed by the VA. It might be $2,500 or $7,000 or $650. We have resolved over 4,000 cases on behalf of the citizens of Wyoming, and we are now right on the cusp of returning $11 million to the citizens of Wyoming. So, I'm very proud of the work that my staff has done in that regard.
Congresswoman, we haven't talked to you since the Charlie Kirk assassination. I mean, what do we make of this? What kind of country are we? What is this where we take up arms instead of dialoguing? Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. I don't know where to begin. You start.
He was a friend of mine, and I knew Charlie quite well and had numerous opportunities to engage with him personally, as well as to speak at some of the Turning Point USA events in Arizona and elsewhere. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I'm still entirely dumbfounded that something like that could happen in America. But this is what happens when the radicals start arguing that words are violence and violence are words. We have gone off the rails. And I think that what you're seeing is that there is a segment of our society that has been radicalized. I think Antifa falls into that category, and people along those lines. I think if you look at his life and his lifestyle, you can understand that something really became unhinged for the young man who did this. I'm not excusing him. He's responsible for this, but at the same time, we have people in our society that are working to try to create this kind of an environment of fear. And in reality, the kinds of phone calls and letters that we receive sometimes are absolutely unacceptable. They're off the rails. And nobody who goes into public service should be subjected to threats of violence against themselves or their families, yet it happens. We need to go back to exactly what Charlie Kirk stood for, which was faith, understanding, really what are the important issues in the United States, what are the important issues in our lives, but also being able to dialogue with people and disagree with them respectfully and attempt to convince them of your side in using those kinds of techniques. So it really has been a tragedy. The thing is, what is going to come of this is going to be so much bigger than probably Charlie Kirk himself ever could be, because we're no longer going to tolerate this kind of behavior. We're going to call people out for their rhetoric and for the behavior that they're engaging in.
Yeah, we certainly need to come together as a country, heal as a country, yet there is a divide politically. There are Republicans and Democrats. What do you make of this disturbing news that in the Biden era, the Biden administration was spying on Republicans during the J6 hearings? During the Biden era, Google and Meta and socials were instructed to deliberately silence politically disfavoring speech towards Democrats. That is far-reaching. That's weird stuff.
So being on the Judiciary Committee, we have been uncovering this and exposing this for over 3 years. Now, the fact that they actually were tracking our senators and are including U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming, as well as a representative, the people have been identified. I personally don't believe that those are the only people that they were accessing their cell phone information, because there's no common thread between the people that have so far been identified. It's just that Kash Patel and the FBI have been able to uncover these documents. But you're absolutely correct. This is such a blatant violation of the mores, our Constitution, our laws, and an abuse of power beyond anything that I think we've ever seen. You know, prior, the Watergate has always been the standard by which we measure things, and then we refer to everything as something with gate at the end because of how bad Watergate was. That pales in comparison to what the Biden administration did and the way that they were surveilling members of the House and of the U.S. Senate. I have introduced what's called the First Amendment Accountability Act. We may have talked about this before, but what it would do is it's fashioned after a federal law that was adopted after the Civil War to protect freed slaves. And the idea is that any person under color of federal law who violates someone's First Amendment rights, their freedom of speech, the freedom of press, freedom of religion, to peaceably assemble and to petition your government, any federal employee who was to violate your First Amendment right, you could sue them personally for damages, injunctive relief, and for your attorney's fees. I am pushing forward with this right now, and we're moving forward with it in the Senate as well. This needs to be stopped. We need to make sure that we do not allow our government to be weaponized against us in the manner in which the Biden administration clearly abused their power, clearly violated First Amendment rights, and we need to make sure that we're holding people accountable so this does not happen again.
One last thing, Congresswoman Hageman, let's get closer to home while representing the American people in D.C. and the Republican Party. You've been hanging out in Wyoming, your favorite state, ribbon cutting at the Sublette County Health opening. That was cool. You're hanging out with Omega Precision Firearms in Gillette. Good folks up there. And the Eastern Wyoming College, they just had the Trucks Are for Girls deal in Douglas. How was that? Empowering young women to drive trucks or become congresswoman, whatever.
And that was a lot of fun. And there were quite a few young girls there that I was able to talk to and talk about my history on the industrial side of the ledger, if you will. I used to work highway construction in the early 1980s when I was going to college. So I got to talk about that. Just over the last couple of days, I've been in Kemmerer, Cokeville, Evanston, Lyman, Rollins. I've been in Gillette, Lusk, Torrington. As you indicate, we were in Pinedale. I've been in Casper. We have been all over the state. I continue to travel extensively and make sure that I'm out there meeting with students. I got to do an assembly in Cokeville for the high school just the other day, and that was a ton of fun to spend some time with our students and talk about their involvement in our government.
Awesome. Well, it's great to see. Whenever you can get home to Wyoming, it's got to be better than being out there doing house stuff in D.C. Come on.
It's good to be home.
I appreciate all of the work you do for us, Congresswoman Hageman. Please talk to those Senate folks. I know they're like in another building or something, but we got to get this shutdown fixed.
Hopefully Monday. I'm thinking it's Monday. It's after the I Hate America rally on Saturday.
Yeah, that would be a good rebound. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Got to take a quick break. Jackie Dorothy will be in here, and a big thanks to Congresswoman Hageman for dropping in with us on this Thursday. We'll be right back with more.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, government shutdown now in day 16. Congresswoman Hageman said maybe Monday. It's out of her hands. She's in the House, where I think they've already passed the CR, but the hang-up is in the Senate, where a supermajority would be needed by Republicans to keep the country functioning. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats choosing to hold the line, hold the fort at Obamacare health tax credits. Without those, when they expire, Democrats warn your premiums are going to skyrocket. And I think we're already seeing indications that that could be true. That already is true. If you can even find health care providers in the state of Wyoming, we're down to 2 by the end of the year, as 2, Blue Cross Blue Shield and those other guys. Yeah, that's a scary time. Maybe Monday when the Senate votes. Anyway, big thanks to Congresswoman Hageman for popping in on the show. She may not be an elected official, but Jackie Dorothy ranks right up there with Congress people. Jackie, what's happening Thursday?
Well, it's raining in Thermopolis, that's for sure.
Raining everywhere. We got rain as well.
I was in Cody yesterday, and I was surprised at how far this ranges, and the fog, those low clouds. So how is it in Jackson? Fall colors, or has the leaves already all fallen off?
A lot of leaves have been knocked down and off, but some remain. It's a mix. We're not peak. We're a little past peak, but it's still pretty beautiful. But it is gray and rainy today. We had a huge thunderstorm yesterday, like big rumbling thunder, lots of lightning. Did you have that or no?
Sleep did. I have that lightning app, and it started alerting me, and it was all these clusters in Sleep. Plus, it looked like they had some hail. So
yeah, we got a little bit of hail. And somewhere in Wyoming, where was it now? I can't remember. Somehow, like a building got hit with lightning. And I saw pictures of the fire department out. Like, that doesn't normally happen.
No, you don't want that to happen.
No.
I mean, I know that's why we have surge controls and why we have all these things put in, because it's going to happen. But I can't even imagine.
I wanted to see. We don't have Ask Abby, our favorite segment of Thursday, other than you, of course, Jackie. And we don't have Abby. She's not going to be on. So I was going to ask her. I'll ask you instead, if you care to guess, what is the highest elevation town in Wyoming and the lowest? So if you would just guess some of the high elevation towns in Wyoming.
High elevation. Would that be Jackson? In that area.
That's what I would have thought, but no, 6,200 feet puts us up there, but we're not.
Oh, you're at 6,200 feet. Okay, so we're talking the Bighorns. We get up there, but there's no towns up there. Are we talking real big towns, ghost towns?
It could be even small ones. I think we have to draw the line at ghost towns. If you're going to Kerwin, hold on. No Kerwin allowed. What are you in Thermopolis? I'm looking.
We're like 7,000. Oh gosh, I see it all the time. 6,000 or 7,000. So.
Okay, so what would it's not Jackson the highest. I was surprised by it. You were just in Cody, which is, let me find Cody, 5,000.
Okay.
Yeah, but here is the deceiving part. South Pass?
Yeah, where's that at?
That's up there, but I don't think it's considered an actual community. So
I have no idea about Lusk and all of those areas. So, okay, I give in. What is it?
Lusk. Well, Albany County is the highest elevation county. Laramie at 7,165 feet.
Laramie. Okay.
Laramie's just 10 feet lower than Pinedale, which is 7,175. Pinedale's up there.
I am actually imagining a topographic map at this moment, so I can see it.
You're trying to picture.
Yep, I see it in my head. So when you talk about the low spots, I'm thinking about all the colors that they use. So what is the low spot?
Low spots over there in Crook County as you get towards South Dakota.
That makes sense. Going.
Yeah. Tiny Aladdin that has that cool little general all-purpose store.
Isn't that a ghost story? A ghost?
Almost, but don't tell the people in Aladdin that they're living a ghost town. There are not many, but yeah, there's a handful. Aladdin at 3,740, and Beulah is the lowest, 3,570.
Okay.
Yeah, just throwing it out there so you know, Jackie.
Well, speaking of ghost towns, have you read any more ghost stories?
Well, how about, let's see. I read the history story of Frank McGovern. We haven't talked about him.
That was the one I've been teasing about for weeks.
Yes.
The millionaire. I mean, it just astounded me. Over a 3-year period, over $1 million spent at South Pass from one group.
Yeah.
There was a group of 3 or 4, and they had the richest mine in South Pass City. And if they didn't gamble or drink it away, it was stolen from them.
All gone.
And I think it just amazes me because when you think about these miners, I don't know about you, but you get that stereotypical old prospector trying to make a living, barely scraping by.
Yeah.
But Frank McGovern, who gambled away this million with his friends, he was educated. He was from a rich family. The world was open for all these opportunities, and he chose to come to the gold mines. It kind of changes the narrative a little bit when you think about what it must have been like. I mean, were they discussing poetry in between drinking?
He looks pretty fancy other than the dog standing on the bar. McGovern looks, he is definitely not, the heavily whiskered prospector with his axe and his mule. He's different.
I think that's what really got me about this story is it kind of turns everything on its head when you start thinking about it. And then Miner's Delight. I always wondered about that name, and now to know how it got its name, it really was their delight. And I thought the story illustrated it well. So when you read the story, you'll see that they were gambling at the table, ran out of money, ran back to their mine. And now this process actually fascinates me. How they used to melt gold is that they would put mercury in it, and then the mercury fumes would come up. You heard about Mad Hatters. Well, you had Mad Miners because this mercury would just mess with your brain. So they were doing all of this. So not only are they drinking, but they're getting mercury poisoning. So it's just such a interesting part of our history and a rich part. I've always loved South Pass. I've gone up there since I was a kid. And to be able to hear the actual stories is pretty cool.
Yeah. What else have we talked about? The missing heir and mysterious bell haunted the Fountain Hotel. We haven't talked about this.
No, this was one of those fun ones where I came across the story about the mouse, and I was curious about it, and then it led to one story to another from the Fountain Hotel. This was a gorgeous hotel in Yellowstone.
Yeah.
It was the largest hotel, but when cars were introduced, it was no longer needed, so people only stopped there for lunch. At the stagecoach route, it was a perfect place to stay the night, but cars will have lunch and keep going. So it eventually fell into disrepair, and in the 1920s was torn down, which they say the park rangers and the guests were happy to see because it might have been a little haunted.
By a mouse ringing a bell? What?
Can't go for that. That's actually creepier than a ghost.
Yeah.
So if you read the story, what happens is that it was winter time. All the guests are gone. There's just a winter keeper there. And at every night at the same time, a bell in one room would ring, and he'd go and check it out. No one was in the room. It got to the point that this repeated so much that he fled, and he filed his report. So the park had to investigate this ghostly visitor. And their conclusion was that this mouse, at exactly the same time every night, was walking past the bell wire and tripping the call bell every night, same time. This was a very intelligent mouse, apparently.
Or at least had an internal clock, like kept a regular schedule. Interesting.
This is one time when the story is debunked that I don't go for it.
Huh. Well, sometimes sometimes a place can be de-haunted by just the introduction of a cat. In this case, that would have solved the whole problem. But yeah, so weird. The hotel is gorgeous. No longer today, huh? It's all torn down.
Yes.
Oh, man.
It wasn't even replaced. They just tore it down because it fell into disrepair. It was in operation for over a decade. Well, I think 25 years. And then just became a lunch restaurant, and they abandoned it eventually. It's sad when you see how beautiful that hotel was.
Yeah, the Fountain Hotel, once a luxury playground for the rich, then haunted by a mouse, then torn down. One mouse ended it all.
Right. One with a clock.
Yeah, one with a good sense of time. Jackie, your hair's getting long.
Yeah, kind of let it grow out.
Yeah, it's winter. I'm going to get a beard, maybe.
Keep me warm.
All right, have a great weekend up there in Thermop or Cody or wherever you're going. Yeah.
We're in Thermopolis today, enjoying the rain.
Yeah. Thanks for dropping in. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Jackie Dorothy. Her stories about this cool hotel. You won't find it anymore. Built in 1891. One time the largest hotel in Yellowstone National Park. And then the coming of the automobile age, and it was no longer necessary for people to stop over. Back in the stagecoach days, you had to stop. Your horses were tired. Once the car came around, maybe lunch and then a quick dash out. And then nobody using the hotel anymore except for one pesky mouse with a great sense of time. It's a fascinating story. Yes, and a kooky story. Hey, thanks for joining us, whether it's on Facebook Live, X Live, we're on the YouTube, or at cowboystatedaily.com on the home webpage. You hear us on radio stations around the state, and then run it back on demand. We're archived wherever you find and listen to your favorite podcasts. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We'll pause for top of the hour news, coming back after that.
It's time to look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The recent discovery of a human skull in a cave in Carbon County has reopened a mystery for a woman who wonders if the find could be linked to her aunt, who has been missing for 107 years. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports a family member contacted Cowboy State Daily and related her story.
We got an email from a woman who wondered if it might be her long-lost aunt who disappeared, or hasn't been seen since like 1918. She was a 16-year-old girl, lived on a ranch, and eloped, lied about her age. Allegedly, she decided she didn't want to be married.
Sherry Boatman of Mills also tells Cowboy State Daily that in her research, she discovered that in the 1920 census, the former husband of her aunt listed himself as a widow. The Carbon County Coroner's Office plans to consult with anthropological experts to find out more information. The case of a Uinta County man accused of using an artificial intelligence application to remake a photo of a teenage girl he knows into child pornography resurrects some lawmakers' concerns about AI deception. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the issue isn't so cut and dry.
A lot of moving pieces here, because in 2002, you had the U.S. Supreme Court say, look, virtual child pornography is protected under the First Amendment. And then you have the explosion of AI and deepfakes and really realistic. We're not talking about cartoons anymore. And we're sometimes talking about the faces of real people depicted in child pornography. Lawmakers, in the meantime, are like, we've rejected efforts to legislate in this space in the past. Maybe we should have a look at it again.
The case of Matthew John McDowell, who turns 47 this year, rose Tuesday to the felony-level Uinta County District Court. A Laramie County Sheriff's Office detective report exposes graphic details about the abhorrent conditions more than 100 hoarded animals were kept in, according to court documents filed in Cheyenne Circuit Court. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the animal's owner, Michael O'Hearn, is accused of keeping the animals in deplorable conditions at his Cheyenne area home.
Officers were saying things such as there were feces all over the house, it was covered with mice, and that when they went into this residence, they had to cover themselves in protective equipment. There were 22 dead animals found on the property, one of which was an unknown animal that actually turned out to be the carcasses of 4 house cats that had fused together.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office recommended 22 counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals against him for each of the 22 animals the agency said it found dead inside the house. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lummis introduced a bill Tuesday to end the prosecution of diesel delete mechanics, free them from prison, and expunge all related penalties from their records. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Senator Lummis has already asked for a presidential pardon for Cheyenne diesel delete mechanic Troy Lake.
She went ahead and raised the issue again with some legislation that dropped Tuesday that is ambitious. It would basically try to nullify whole portions of the Clean Air Act, free every delete mechanic from jail or prison, and expunge their records.
Now, if her bill does become law, the Diesel Truck Liberation Act would signify a victory for diesel truck drivers and other diesel fleet holders who have removed or tampered with the mandatory emission systems on those vehicles. Governor Mark Gordon has announced the Cowboy State Agricultural Initiative and is appointing a 13-member working group, quote, committed to preserving Wyoming's agricultural heritage for current and future generations. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that sheep farming in particular could benefit from this initiative.
It's a huge industry producing wool and lamb in Wyoming, and it's getting harder and harder to do that. Passing a ranch or farm on to the next generation can be difficult these days because margins are tight.
The group includes executive branch advisors, state legislators, a county commissioner, agricultural association representatives, University of Wyoming officials, and business leaders. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak, and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore. And I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
What a world we live in today, Cowboy State Daily, where you can't trust that even I am real. Well, I can't trust you're real. We don't know what's real anymore, and that's thanks to these very elaborate AI-generated deep fakes, and we can start with one that's in national news. The headline is, she looks real, she acts human, but Tilly Norwood isn't either. And she has Hollywood on edge. Tilly Norwood is the newest, latest A-list celebrity. And there's photographs of her here on the red carpet at some event. Where is she? There's some opening premiere. She's on the red carpet. She has her own Instagram account, TikTok, all that kind of stuff. X. She just made a post, by the way, on Instagram the other day where she has already 60,000 followers. And her post on Instagram was how she was just recently in a car commercial and she's up for an Oscar. All this sounds great, except there is no real person, Tilly Norwood. She's made up. She's fictitious, and you would never know it. I'm looking at a photo of her, which I'll share on our video product. That's Tilly Norwood. Looks like your average, typical Hollywood starlet in the making. Except there's nothing real about her. If you look close, I guess you can see, some signs that it's an AI generated photo, that's not a real person, but it doesn't stop just at the photo. Video of her, an actual what looks like a YouTube video. She's on YouTube walking the red carpet, and I'll be darned, it's hard to tell that it is not real. And I heard about this decades ago, maybe, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 years ago. I heard that one day what will save Hollywood with these big budget pictures, Hollywood spends so much money on movies. Obviously, they don't spend money on screenwriting because they just remake the same thing over and over again. We know that, but they spend a lot of money on actors. If you want, whoever the actor of the day is, that's hundreds of millions. And if you get three big name actors in your movie, you're already working in the red. You need a big box office weekend debut. You need to make your money back on Netflix. And you're really spending some of these pictures with CGI and all that. The budget gets bloated real quick. What if you could save money on all the actors? Never mind Leonardo DiCaprio, never mind shelling out for Scarlett Johansson. You could just get Tilly Norwood for nothing because she is no one. But she's a star. She could generate great interest in your movie. She's a great actress. She just happens to be not real, AI generated. And that certainly got SAG-AFTRA, all these agencies, talent agencies, they're all worried that the new future is movies filled with actors that are all synthetic. I mean, way more synthetic than they already are. We're not talking boob jobs. We're talking entire body jobs. Like nothing about them is real. And the thing about Tilly is she doesn't theoretically need to be paid anything. She has no, excessive demands. She's not terribly hard to work with. Her fellow actors, that's a big complaint. The director, she's impossible. I can't get her out of her trailer. She's late to come on set. You'll have none of that. Tilly will be really compliant for like next to nothing. And she'll never age. Oh, that's even better. She can be Marilyn Monroe forever without the drug habit and the death and the aging. It is scary stuff. Even as scary or scarier than what's happening close to home. Claire McFarland's story about a Uintah County man accused of using AI to manufacture. Well, actually, now he didn't make a person from scratch. He actually took an existing teenager. He had a photo of a teenager wrapped in a towel as if she had just come out of the shower. The teenager, from what I understand, is a family friend. It's somebody he knows. This is Matthew McDowell, who we're talking about. McDowell, 47-year-old, is facing felony-level charges at Uintah County District Court using AI deception, using artificial intelligence to remake a photo of an actual teenage girl he knows and have her engage in child pornography, have her act in sexual situations. In fact, I believe he even de-aged her to make her look younger. The affidavit in this, the altered version of this teen shows her naked and bore the words AI generated in the center. So we know this is not a real person, yet it is. The affidavit describes at least three photos underpinning the charges as child pornography involving a prepubescent girl depicted in lone sex acts and sex acts with an adult male. The document does not assert that these are deep fakes, but it appears as if McDowell has taken photos, has at least 9 files of computer-generated imagery, animation, and he's taken a real person and put them in unreal scenarios. Just photos. Now, the same can be done in today's technology. You could take a photograph of your teenage daughter and have her in a video, put her in a smut movie, put her in a pornography movie. That's crazy stuff. Now, if it's a photo of a real person, you're using a real person's likeness. This is where it gets real wonky. Let's say your photo is of a real person. That real person is a minor, 15 years old, and you put her in sex acts by using AI, by using deep fake, by faking it. She's not really engaging in sex acts, but you're using her likeness to make it appear as if she is. Is that a civil violation for the young lady? Could she sue you? I would think so. Representative Mike Yin, Democrat of Jackson, thinks so. He put forth a bill that did not pass during the last legislation session, a deep fake fraud bill that would have made stuff like this illegal, would have opened a door for civil lawsuits if your likeness was stolen and used in really any kind of way. Nobody has the right to take your likeness. Nobody has the right to take your face, who you are, who you appear to be, and then put you in any scenario, much less a criminal one, much less a minor engaged in a sex act. Now let's take it further. What if you're not a minor? What if you're an 18-year-old of consent and somebody takes your likeness and puts you in a sex act? Should be criminal prosecution, civil lawsuit, something, right? Let's take it even further. What if your likeness isn't stolen? What if this is a fake person altogether? What if this is a Tilly Norwood that we were just talking about? An AI generated person that does not exist. What if you made one of these as an 8-year-old and put her in a porn movie? Would that be pornography? Could you be brought up on charges for that? Your defense attorney could say, this is not even a real person, Your Honor. No one was harmed here. There's no crime here. This is why laws have to advance to catch up with this technology. Don Day was talking about a day weather forecast, saying he follows some guy who says we have to catch up to tech. It's going so fast that we're going to have to develop laws for stuff that we couldn't even have thought about 10 years ago. We've come a long way since Max Headroom. Remember, that's the best we used to be able to do with a talking head. And remember Max Headroom? Like he was, now you look at it today and it's just so dated technology. Here's a little bit risking copyright. Although, is it really a copyright infringement? Max Headroom doesn't really exist.
Story. And afterwards, that is directly following, I want to talk to you about something even bigger, namely.
And you remember that, Max Headroom? He was actually, it was kind of backwards. He was an actual person. What was his name? He was an actual actor. Matt Frewer played Max Headroom to appear as a fictional computer-generated TV presenter. So it was actually a human pretending to be a computer generated person. Now flip the script. This many years later, we have actual computer generated people pretending to be a human. How far we've come with tech and AI and deep fakes. We're like opposite of what we did in Max Headroom days. And the Max Headroom is way better, man, than Max Headroom. Like, these AI fakes are so good that you just can't tell what's real anymore. It's a frightening world. These stories in the Cowboy State Daily are responding to people. They're resonating with people, assuming the commenters on Facebook are real. I don't know. But people are pretty interested in this kind of stuff, these kind of stories. What else is working across Cowboy State Daily, according to the Facebooks? How about this story, the fallout? I love the word choice here. Don't think that's not intentional. The story about legislator leading the charge against nuclear waste says political fallout is worth it. Representative Bill Allemond has been kind of nicknamed the no nukes guy or no nuclear. Governor Gordon calls his type of person and his crowd the no club. Just say no. But it was Allemond in particular and his fiery opposition to Radiant Nuclear's project in Bar None that caused that California company to hit the bricks and send their operations to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We learned that earlier this week. Not all Allemond, and to be fair, Representative Allemond says he's not against nuclear energy. He's kind of excited about it, but he draws the line, as many do, with storage of spent nuclear fuel in Wyoming. Not going to go there. And meanwhile, that has sparked real arguments, real problems between state lawmakers like Representative Allemond and local officials, electeds like Bar None Mayor Peter Boyer, who said this guy is just butting his head in where it doesn't belong. He ruined the whole Bar None thing, and I'll never work with him again unless I'm forced to. To be fair, for Allemond, he was sad to see Radiant make the decision to head to Oak Ridge instead. That wasn't his intent. His intent was just to, not have nuclear waste in state. Here's what Allemond said. He said, when asked if he thought it was a victory that Radiant chose Tennessee over Wyoming, he said, I guess you can call it a victory. There's also a defeat here, Allemond said, because I would have loved to have had the manufacturing, but we could not have the nuclear waste storage here. So that's Allemond saying that wasn't the point to send Radiant packing. The point was we're not going to have nuclear waste here. Meanwhile, Mayor Peter Boyer, not exactly Allemond's best friend, Boyer had words to say after Radiant announced that they were going to abandon plans to set up shop in Bar None. Mayor Boyer said, I think Bill Allemond has proven himself to be a person who's more interested in doing what's right for Bill Allemond than he is in doing what's right for Bar None or for the state. Boyer continued, and to say there's a hatchet to be buried? No. He can try as much as he wants to, but he's done a lot of damage to this community. Mayor Boyer said he has no interest in ever working with Bill Allemond again. Allemond, is he the one who threw the wrench in things? Well, he and other folks who are worried about nuclear waste storage in Wyoming certainly brought about Radiant's decision to set up shop elsewhere. Interesting story, and one of the popular ones of the week. A lot of people reading it, a lot of people taking up issue on one side of the issue or other and sharing their opinions on Facebook. What do you think about Radiant leaving? What do you think about Wyoming, a lost opportunity to lead the way in nuclear? If that's what we did we really miss out here? Interesting dilemma. Jackson Walker talks a bit with our own Mac Watson about that story, and it sounded like this.
The political fallout from Radiant nuclear pullout from Wyoming to build in Tennessee continues. But as Jackson Walker reports, Representative Bill Alamon says his fiery opposition to accept nuclear waste storage in Wyoming has tarnished some political relationships.
In September, State Representative Bill Alamon came in and testified at a meeting of the Bar None Town Council, which is sort of out of character for state representatives to do in these situations because these are local issues that aren't necessarily a part of their jurisdiction. Mayor Peter Boyer told me that this interaction rubbed him the wrong way and that he's still pretty upset with Alamon, even though the fate of the nuclear project has already been decided.
The mayor of Bar None tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't want to work with Bill Alamon anymore unless he absolutely has to.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I think Alamon has a say in the Bar None deal. I take exception with that. I know it was Bar None feeling like it was their community, their decision when it came to the Radiant project. But Representative Alamon represents Bar None and elsewhere in the county. So that comes under his purview. That is of interest to him. He's got skin in the game there, and I don't mind that. But yeah, interesting. Senator Ed Cooper, in a very interesting guest column to the Cowboy State Daily, wrote, "Fear is no energy policy." He said this wasn't just another plant, meaning Radiant. It was a foothold in manufacturing tied to national defense. Now it's gone. And Wyoming didn't lose a project. We just lost a chance to lead. Many of the loudest no votes in this fight are newcomers to Wyoming, Senator Ed Cooper writes. He's talking about Radiant had some deals with the Air Force and Department of Defense to fulfill contracts for their modular nuclear units. And then the newcomers to Wyoming, who were the loud voices, I'm not sure who he refers to there. Alamon is Wyoming born. It could be Freedom Caucus Chair Rachel Rodriguez. She is California. I think she's from the Bay Area, Marin County. She was pretty outspoken against the storage of nuclear in Wyoming. Yeah, maybe that is where the reference is. But really interesting. Ed Cooper, by the way, represents SD 20, lives in Thermopolis, Senate District 20. We got to take a break here in hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll come back with This Day in History. This day, in case you're checking, October 16. Be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Oh.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
What a strange new world we live in. I'm working on my AI-generated likeness, and I'm going to put myself, my other self, to work doing this show while I do other stuff. More fun stuff. I mean, I could be out golfing right now. Well, it's rainy. I could be out doing something, and I could have my likeness deep faking you all on this show. Who would know? That's the game plan anyway. Don't tell my bosses. It's National Boss Appreciation Day. I'm not kidding. Like bosses need one other thing to go their way. CEOs everywhere. Is your 7-figure salary not enough? You need National Bosses Day. Today is National Boss Recognition Day. So if you're living life like a boss, here's to you. I drank all my coffee, but here's to you. Cheers, boss. It's your day. What else is it today? October 16th. Let's find out. These things happen this day in history. 1889. That takes you back. 1889, the marriage. Wait a minute. I should pre-read these so I know what's going on. Emma Howell Knight, future dean of the women at University of Wyoming, and Wilbur Clinton Knight, future UW professor of mining, and also eventually that would become the future parents of future legend. So much future in this of the legendary UW geology professor Samuel Howell Doc Knight. Okay, this is how I would have rewritten this genius who writes the day in history. I would have said, starting with the most famous dude in this, UW geology professor Sam Howell Knight, nicknamed Doc, His parents got married on this day in history, 1889. His parents being Emma and Wilbur. All of the Knights would make their fame or make their vocation in Laramie, working at the college, UW. Okay. 1909 this day, following on the success of the prior month, August Malchow fought again at Metheny Hall in Thermopolis, defeated challenger Johnny Gilsey in a draw. These were the heydays of boxing, prize fighting as it was known, and Thermopolis was a hotspot, a mecca. That Metheny Hall in Thermop, boy, that was the place back in the day to go see a fight. Should have asked Jackie whether she was on her way to or from. Not anymore, but in 1909, that would have been the conversation on the street in downtown Thermop. You go on the fights tonight? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that August Malchow. Yeah, he's going to take down Johnny Gilsey. Easy. He did. On this night in history, 1909, Malchow defeats Johnny Gilsey in a draw, Thermop at the famed Metheny Hall. On this day, 1912, happy birthday to Cliff Hansen, born in Zenith, Wyoming. Don't look for that on a map. That's north of Jackson, no longer referred to as Zenith. It's kind of where Solitude would be, the gated la-di-da community of Solitude. And everyone who is overpaid to live there now has to live under the noise of jets taking off. Like, dude, you knew that airport was there when you bought your property. But there are a lot of complaints, by the way, from people who live in Zenith, Wyoming, known as Solitude and other subdivisions, Tony subdivisions that are north of Jackson and very near the airport. And 98% of the takeoffs out of the Jackson airport are to the south. And because now anymore, during peak, during summer, there's like a plane landing or taking off there, that airport every, I think the average is like 14 minutes. Imagine that. That's like, well, it's not Chicago O'Hare, but that's like a major airport. There's a plane taking off and landing in, let's say, mid-July at the Jackson Hole Airport every 12 to 14 minutes. That's crazy. And it's caused a lot of complaints. It's caused the airport to refigure how planes approach, and it's caused the airport to tell private jets, of which is the majority of the traffic. We're talking about private jets as well as commercial flights. The private jet pilots have been asked to adhere to certain noise abatement approach and departure procedure. And for the most part, they have been. Jackson Hole News and Guide just had a story the other day about how things are quieter at the airport, but busier than ever. And if you live in Zenith, Wyoming these days, where Clifford Hansen was born in 1912, Zenith every summer is you can't even hear yourself in the backyard barbecue. Did you want one hamburger or two? Is that a good airplane sound? You know what I mean. Wait, did you want a hot dog or a hamburger? I can't hear you. That G6 is taking off in the background. The state bird in Zenith, Wyoming is the G6, is the Gulfstream. Any random photo of you in your backyard barbecue in Solitude, north of Jackson, take a random backyard barbecue photo, and there's likely going to be a jet in the background in the sky. Almost guaranteed. You can't miss it. Yeah. Well, that's how it is now. How did I get on that topic? Oh, yeah, Cliff Hansen was born in Zenith this day. Happy birthday, Cliff. The Teton County rancher would go on to become governor of the state from 1963 to 1967 and then senator from 67 to 78. Cliff Hansen, great guy. And I think Cliff married Sylvia, who whenever you see photos, old black and white photos of old people that are dead and gone, very infrequently do I see a woman in these old photos that looks, how do I say delicately, anywhere near attractive. Like most of these women look kind of mannish. I mean, they don't look terribly feminine, and they don't look like women today, back in 1920 or earlier. Sylvia Hansen, Sylvia was a looker. Just saying. Sylvia Irene, was she the wife of Cliff or the mother of Cliff or the daughter of Peter and Sylvia Hansen, homesteaded Zenith. Hansen, Sylvia would have been Cliff's mom, I think. I think I got it right. But I saw a photo of her just like out on the prairie, sitting on a picnic blanket. She was a gorgeous woman. Anyway, I'm off topic again. 1916, cavalry withdraws from Yellowstone National Park this day, replaced by a 25 Ranger strong civilian unit. A civilian supervisor with a corps of volunteers, 25 Rangers took control of the park on this day, 1916. And there includes a photo of the cavalry leaving Yellowstone National Park. Really cool photo I was looking at. This day, 1940, it's our day. It's a deadline day for all men aged 21 to 36 to register for conscription and the possibility you could be sent to war. This day, 1940, our day deadline. And on this day, October 16th, I'm going to have you guess the year. Lusk, Wyoming becomes the first town in the United States to have a community-wide fiber optic telephone system. First town in the U.S. Community-wide. Everybody in Lusk was connected with fiber optic telephone system. That's pretty impressive for little old Lusk. Care to guess the year? It was not as recent as you might think. All the way back in 1993, Lusk became the first town in the United States to have a community-wide fiber optic system. All these things happen on this day, October 16. Let's check in with Will, see what he's doing in the rodeo world over there at Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Hope you are off to a great start this week and looking forward to the weekend. Today, Paige Rasmussen is back. Worked for Turning Point USA and a former National Intercollegiate Rodeo Association champion. She talks to me how she works in concert with the students on various campuses. Paige Rasmussen back on the show. Coming up next.
The 2025 Nile Ranch Rodeo is coming to Metro Park October 18th. Come see teams of working cowboys and cowgirls as they compete in events that demonstrate their daily work on the ranch. The Nile Ranch Rodeo preliminaries are Friday, October 17th at 8 a.m., with the finals Saturday, October 18th at 6:30. After the rodeo, enjoy dancing in the dirt with Kyle Shobe and the Wacom Boys. Get your Nile Ranch Rodeo tickets today at Metro Park box office or metropark.com.
Every dollar you spend on cattle supplements should give you a return. Too often, it doesn't. Smart Lick protein tubs fix that with consistent, self-fed nutrition that improves conception, calf health, and gains. No wasted time, no wasted labor. Just proven results that put money back in your pocket. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
Do you organize those events, or do you just get the kids to organize the events and work with them in concert with one another to make it all happen?
It's a little bit of both. I am so lucky to have such amazing students that I just kind of work with them on specific details and getting the speakers in and certain, requirements from Turning Point. But yeah, so I help them organize the event, but then I also am just working to help the students take charge. That's the amazing thing about Turning Point is these students are really becoming leaders at their universities and in life. And so it's really cool to watch them interact in such a professional way, as far as putting on these events and hosting speakers and speaking on stage. It's really cool.
She's a field rep for Turning Point USA for all of North Texas. The Montana girl is doing just fine and a former National Intercollegiate Rodeo Association champion. And my niece, by the way, Paige Rasmussen on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thank you, Will. And we got to duck out of here for one quick break. We'll come right back. We'll talk about the animal hoarder and a very high bond set by a judge who's an obvious animal lover, it seems. And UW, your Cowboys, not going to be in their traditional brown and gold here in a couple of weeks when we take place. When the border war takes place. CSU, UW, and the Pokes going to be rocking a different kind of uniform. We'll tell you why and what when we come back.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. The wife says my airplane sounded more like a coffee maker. I thought it would sound like a good airplane. Maybe I need some effects to go with it. What about this for an airplane? Nah, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good either. I don't have an airplane. Got a UFO. Maybe there's UFOs taking off from the Jackson Hole Airport. Okay, I'll have to give up on that. We're going to Finland before I check in with the story of the animal hoarder. Oh, dude. I don't know how I just don't get animal hoarders. It's similar to just hoarders, like whether you're hoarding a bottle cap collection or you just some junk, you're just Sanford and Son, you can't throw nothing away. But animal hoarders are the worst kind of hoarders because, that's a living thing. And maybe your intentions were good. You're trying to make a home for an animal and you can't turn them away. And you go to the shelter and you're like, oh, I can't just pick one. I'll pick them all. And the next thing you know, you got over 200 animals at your house. I could see how you could easily head down that slippery slope, beginning with good intentions and ending up knee deep in dog poop. But man, how do you live like that? Because we're talking about an animal case. The animal hoarder here, alleged, is Michael O'Hearn, 70-year-old. He's facing additional charges. We talked about this Wednesday. We talked about it yesterday when Laramie County Sheriff's Office filed charges. Earlier in the week, we knew about this. And now we're finding out that the initial appearance was made via video. I'm assuming O'Hearn, it was a video appearance in front of the judge because he's in lockup, I think. He's definitely not home anymore. Nobody can live in that home. That's my second follow-up question to animal hoarders, allegedly. If I had Michael O'Hearn on the show, I'd be one, Michael, how did it happen? How did you go from that one cat that just walked into your life one day from the ranch across the highway? Where is that idiot? He brought in a mouse not long ago. Yeah, how did you go from the one first animal to 100, including chickens, rabbits, dogs, cats, tortoises, birds, goats? Dude, when did you become Dr. Doolittle? How did it happen, Michael? My follow-up question is, how did you even live in that house? Because the law enforcement that went in to rescue the animals talked to Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker and described conditions that were unlivable for an animal, much less a human. And apparently O'Hearn was living there, except when he went to work in Colorado. So he would obviously leave all his animals at home while he went to his job in Colorado, and then he'd come back. And somehow he was living there. He says, I love this, in the story, O'Hearn said, well, I was going to clean it Monday. When they went in with full-on hazmat suits, and the detectives who went in there couldn't describe the unsanitary conditions and smell. They said, I can't even describe what it was like. Feces piled as high as 2 feet in some areas. Many of the animals covered in feces, dehydrated, in poor health. There were dead animals all around, some that couldn't even be identified. They came in, the investigators were like, what is this thing? Turned out to be 4 cats dead that had fused together as one dead animal. Oh, God. Feces all over the walls, the doors, the floor, and the stench. Of course, mice running everywhere, garbage and debris in the house. It was so difficult to even walk around. One of the officers said, mice, insects, the smell. DePrimo described the odor in the house as abhorrent and unsafe for both humans and animals. The officials who went into the house had to wear full-on bodysuits, respirators, the whole a hazmat team. A full hazmat team of people couldn't clean that house in weeks, I'm guessing. And O'Hearn said, well, it looked bad. I was going to get around to cleaning it Monday. He actually said that in the story. And I love one of the Cowboy State Daily Facebook commenters also gleaned in on that. Cindy said, oh, he was going to clean his house Monday. And I'm sure she says it facetiously when she made the comment. Yeah. So that's my follow-up question to the alleged animal hoarder Michael O'Hearn. Not his first rodeo. Back in 2022, he was under suspicion of animal cruelty. He skated on that one back then because I think he agreed to surrender the animals. Allegedly. But that's my follow-up question, O'Hearn. How did it come to this? Why? And how did you even live in there, dude? Well, you know who's sitting on the bench? Obviously a dog lover, because the judge set bond at $100,000. Judge Antoinette Williams. I have seen lower bonds, much lower bonds, for suspected murderers. Or like people who really did bad things to their fellow man. I've seen bond lower than this. $100,000 bond. I'm assuming he's not going to be able to make that. I mean, he couldn't even pay for kibble for the dogs. All these animals were starving. He faces 22 counts. This shows you how aggravated, I think, the justice system in general is with O'Hearn, because they're charging him every dead animal they find. They're trying to find him. Like, I can just see the Judge Williams saying, sorry you have to go into that house, but I want you to count every dead animal you see in there, because that's going to be, each one is going to be a count for felony cruel to animals, intent to cause death or torture animals. Facing 22, each count brings with it 2 years in prison and $5,000 in fine. So this judge looking to throw the book, I think. $100,000 for bond. Voss, also there's a call, the Laramie County Attorney Mark Voss, who's prosecuting this case on behalf of the county, is suggesting O'Hearn be charged for restitution to the tune of $350,000. Again, I can't imagine he'll be able to come up with it, but you never know. Maybe he's got a rich uncle. Maybe he's insured. I don't know. But Voss said O'Hearn should be on the hook for $350,000 to reimburse the shelter. That's how much it's going to cost them, estimated, for the Laramie County Animal Shelter. The Cheyenne Animal Shelter is the name of it, where he forfeited the animals. They've got to get these animals somehow back in health and adoptable, and that's going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of six figures, $350,000. The shelter says some of these animals will never be fit to place with any home. Michael O'Hearn. Yeah, my brief interview with you will be why and how did you even live in that? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Okay, we're out of time. I think next hour we'll start with Renee Jean. What do you think? Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Thanks for spending it with us. Hope you enjoy so far. One more hour coming up. We got a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The fallout from Radiant Nuclear's pullout from Wyoming to build in Tennessee continues. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports Representative Bill Alamond says his fiery opposition to accepting nuclear waste storage in Wyoming has tarnished some political relationships.
In September, State Representative Bill Alamond came in and testified at a meeting of the Bar Nunn Town Council. Mayor Peter Boyer told me that this interaction rubbed him the wrong way and that he's still pretty upset with Alamond, even though the fate of the nuclear project has already been decided.
The mayor of Bar Nunn tells Cowboy State Daily that he doesn't want to work with Bill Alamond anymore unless he absolutely has to. Wyoming outdoorsmen are warning about the dangers of hunting as the accidental shooting deaths of 2 Idaho hunters in the past week highlights the dangers of unsafe hunting. 21-year-old Kalani Orr of Blackfoot, Idaho, died Friday from a gunshot wound to the chest while on a hunting trip in a remote area of Fremont County, Idaho. Then, on Sunday morning, California resident Nathan Thomas Kaz, 48 years old, died from blood loss after suffering a gunshot wound to the leg in rural Clark County, Idaho. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines, who is currently away from his laptop out hunting, says as some hunting areas across Wyoming become more crowded every season, the potential for accidental injuries or deaths from other hunters increases. When the University of Wyoming football team takes the field October 25th for the 117th Border War against Colorado State University, there'll be a noticeable color contrast. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the usual color scheme of brown and gold will be replaced to reflect an important Wyoming industry.
In the spirit of Wyoming's coal industry, the University of Wyoming Athletics Department partnered with the Wyoming Mining Association to design a black and white uniform that's going to be debuted during the Border War on October 25th. And it's a pretty stark contrast from what most people expect to see the UW Cowboys wearing. But it's to honor the coal miners and the families who have supported that industry, which has supported Wyoming basically since its inception. So it's going to be a pretty jarring contrast. But the quote, Cowboy State Daily columnist Sally Ann Schumer, anything that helps us beat the sheep is fine with UW.
The alternative uniform is part of a one-game-only partnership between the University of Wyoming and the Wyoming Mining Association. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single-game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, homecoming against UNLV, the border war versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The recent discovery of a human skull in a cave in Carbon County has reopened a mystery for a woman who wonders if the find could be linked to her aunt who's been missing for 107 years. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports a family member contacted Cowboy State Daily and related her story.
We got an email from a woman who wondered if it might be her long-lost aunt who disappeared or hasn't been seen since 1918. She was a 16-year-old girl, lived on a ranch, and eloped.
Sherry Boatman of Mills also tells Cowboy State Daily that in her research, she discovered that in the 1920 census, the former husband of her aunt listed himself as a widow. And a Laramie County Sheriff's Office detective report exposes graphic details about the abhorrent conditions more than 100 hoarded animals were kept in. That's according to court documents filed in Cheyenne Circuit Court. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the animal's owner, Michael O'Hearn, kept the animals in deplorable conditions at his Cheyenne area home.
Officers were saying things such as there were feces all over the house, there were dead animals littering the place, and that when they went into this residence, they had to cover themselves in protective equipment, wearing bodysuits and respirators in order to keep themselves safe.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office recommended 22 counts of felony aggravated cruelty to animals against him. For each of the 22 animals, the agency said it found dead inside the home. O'Hearn made a virtual appearance in Cheyenne Circuit Court on Wednesday, during which the judge set his bond at $100,000. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
This hour, Renee Jean is scheduled to join. We'll also check in with Dr. David Mantic. And what we're going to talk about there is possible similarities between the assassination of John F. Kennedy and Charlie Kirk. Can we make any connections there? Dr. David Mantic believes it is so. He believes he has found some similarities, including both JFK and Kirk were struck down in broad daylight, both officially by a lone gunman wielding a rifle from a distant elevated position. Both happened before live cameras. On live cameras, capturing the moment in real time. What can we take away from that? And both attacks occurred within minutes of each other by local time. I don't know if we can make anything of that, but maybe. JFK was shot 12:30 p.m. in Dallas, local time. Kirk, 12:23 p.m. in Utah. We'll talk with Dr. Mantic and see if there's anything to that, any similarities, any kind of oddness between the two killings, maybe. Meanwhile, let's go to the Zoom room. Renee Jean. Renee, what's your Thursday doing? It's probably raining where you are.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh,
Not
all right.
so far.
Hey, you're well-traveled around the state. You would be the best to play this game.
Oh, no.
Yes. I've signed you up. You're in.
No.
We asked Abby, by the way, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Abby cannot be with us today. So we'll take Renee and we'll quiz you on elevations of different places in Wyoming. Like, for instance, care to guess like the highest, and we're not talking about mountains. These are actual community, like places where you would live. What is the highest town or city?
That's a good question. I know the Gannett Peak is the highest mountain.
You got us there. Yeah. Yep.
And there is no road 6 miles from Gannett Peak. I know that.
There you go again, getting after Wind River. Right. But
the highest elevation in Wyoming.
Yeah, throw out some high elevation towns. What do you think?
What about, I'm wondering, like, I know that I've been to some pretty high elevation towns. Cheyenne is like what, 5,000?
Yeah, Cheyenne is.
I'm trying to remember
6.
where I was that was 7,000. I went somewhere that was 7,000.
Cheyenne 6,062, pretty high. Laramie County in general is up there. You're in the high plains.
Yeah. What about encampment? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Encampment? I don't know if they're on my list. No, I don't have encampment. What county is encampment in?
Same one that Saratoga's in, I think.
And Saratoga is, where are they on my list? Well, you're stumping me. Saratoga is, Saratoga is 6,786. So they're pretty up there, along with Rawlins, Carbon County.
Encampment is like 7,000, I think.
That could be. We need some.
You go over the Continental Divide to get there. You got to go over the Continental Divide.
Well, I can go off grid here and check it for you. Encampment, Wyoming elevation. But some of the higher, you're right, 7,317.
See?
That would technically put, hey, we're going to give it to you. Where's my, that means you're right. We're going to give it to you. Encampment 7,317. Population 444. So that's significant. That's a real town. That's a real community. Makes them higher in elevation than Pinedale, which is 7,175, and Laramie, which is 7,165.
See, that Pinedale was my other one that I was thinking about because, I mean, they got the ski mountain in their backyard, so they got to be pretty up there.
You nailed it. Encampment. Wow, you really do get around the state. You care to guess the lowest elevation? And I'll tell you this, Crook County is the lowest in elevation county of Wyoming. So think of a town in Crook.
I'm thinking. I've slept since I went anywhere. Oh, great. That helps a lot.
Does that help you thinking cap at all? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't pay as much of attention, I guess, to lower elevations, but
yeah,
I think thinking it's probably somewhere in southeast Wyoming, like, say, Hot Springs.
Yeah, southeast Wyoming, though, is on the I-80 corridor, which is getting you into the high plains. You're already starting to get up there as you get into western Nebraska. So you got to go up.
I mean, Hot Springs is like right on the border with Nebraska.
We got to go up higher, the border of South Dakota, Crook County, and we got to look at those tiny little towns like Aladdin that has the general store.
There?
Aladdin is one of the lowest, 3,000.
Okay.
So, I lost my page now. 3,000 and change.
Okay.
Oh, whoops! I think I accidentally closed my page. Yeah, they're 3,000. Beulah is the low, but these are small towns. They barely qualify as towns.
Yeah, Aladdin's not actually an incorporated town. It's just a community.
It's just like a store, a general store, a gas station store, beer, bait, and ammo kind of place. Yeah. Okay, so what are we talking with you about? Renee Jean stories. I have not seen a lot lately.
Yeah, they keep holding my stuff for the weekend.
Is that what's going on? Okay. Understood. What do you want to talk about then? Let's see.
Did we talk about the carbon capture, carbon cowboys?
Oh, no, because I did want to talk to you about that. I read that yesterday, and you mentioned the geology, which makes it a perfect, the impervious rock, or what is it? It makes a great cap. To, not only has it held gas and oil down there for millions of years, it could hold whatever you shove down there.
Well, I don't know about whatever you shove. But I think, part of my story was inspired by a farmer who was asking me questions about carbon dioxide, and he didn't really believe it would stay there because it's a gas. So, that's got to be a question in people's minds. How does this really work? It's sorry. It's very similar, I guess, to oil and gas geology, though. The same geology that keeps oil and gas in reserves underground that we can then go and get with conventional drilling. It's very similar to that geology. So you have an impervious rock layer at the top that kind of caps and keeps any liquids from going out, right? But carbon dioxide's a gas. So how does that work? Well, they put it under high pressure. When they send carbon dioxide in a pipeline, for example, it's under pressure. So it's supercritical liquid. Then you can inject it into this underground reservoir, keeping it at high pressure, like 2 miles underground. Then over time, what happens, the liquid carbon dioxide will interact with the rock that's surrounding it and create this kind of chalky substance that further locks that liquid into place, right? It can't go anywhere. The other mechanism that sometimes works and it depends on the type of reservoir too. There's different chemistries involved. But it can also dissolve into, like in these saline aquifers, it can dissolve into the water, just like it dissolves into your soda, right? Soda's got carbon dioxide in it. It can dissolve into that water, and then it sinks to the bottom because carbon dioxide is heavier than air. It tends to sink. So then when it sinks like that, it's not going to float away, right? It's stuck where it is. That's kind of how that technique works. And then there are, everybody associates carbon dioxide capture with climate change. The folks who believe that the planet is warming up and that carbon dioxide is contributing to that because we release so much of it. Nature had a system that only released a certain amount of carbon dioxide. We're dramatically accelerating that with all the cars that we drive and so forth. But whether you believe that or not, there are other uses for carbon dioxide, one of them being oil and gas extraction. You can use it to enhance the oil and gas recovery from a well Certain wells have better chemistry for that than others, and it's a very economic way to squeeze more oil out of that well, extend its life, improve the well economics. Wyoming has hundreds of wells out there that, could benefit from that. And so that is what's keeping the carbon market pretty hot, actually, in spite of all this canceled funding for carbon capture projects. The Trump administration swept in and kind of basically cleared that off the deck. Although they did not cancel this project, the Carbon Cowboy project in Wyoming is still uh, in the queue. They haven't been told that they've been canceled, but they haven't been given their money yet either. So that's kind of left them in a quandary. There's this hot market. People are looking for places to store their carbon. Oil companies are looking for places where they can get carbon dioxide and use it for enhanced oil recovery. So our steamboat storage hub has decided to go ahead with their project without the federal funding. They did get a $2.5 million grant from Wyoming, but they are going to go ahead and pony up the rest, I suppose. A loan to their own company, an investment. They were really betting big on this being a thing. Their garage is huge, Jake. Together, they've got 20 farmers in this collective, 102,000 acres. Think about that size. How much carbon dioxide can you store in your underground carbon dioxide garage?
Yeah.
It's a behemoth,
Yeah.
a vehicle. And one of the big uses for carbon dioxide is just enhanced oil recovery. So
It
I
seems,
think it's interesting.
yeah, and it seems like a win-win venture when you can capture, instead of carbon dioxide going out into the air, like from burning coal plant or whatever. You can capture those emissions and store them, and then use them for something like EOR, enhanced oil recovery. Seems like a thing. And when we're talking about these caverns underground, this is far below the water table, is it not? You talked about 2 miles.
Yeah, it's very far below. Like I said, it's a similar geology for oil and gas.
Yeah.
To get to oil and gas reserves, you have to drill pretty far down into the earth. It's the same thing for these carbon dioxide reservoirs, places that can store carbon dioxide. They're not all that common, Jake. You have to have the right geology. You have to be able to get to that location. Um, eh, there's a lot of testing involved. Their grant with the federal government was supposed to be $9 million. Their grant from Wyoming was 2.5. So it's a lot of money that these guys are putting on the line. They're betting the farm on the future, though. Farming is getting more and more tough every year. The family farm that used to be about 2,000 acres now needs to be, 8,000 plus in order to have the right economics. These farms are getting to be where they're not family sized anymore. So they're looking for ways that they can diversify and carry their farms into the next generation. This could be, if this takes off for them, it could be a thing. And that's what they're seeing out there is these other carbon capture projects are moving because there's demand. There is still demand for carbon capture, and part of that's being driven by oil and gas, enhanced recovery for oil and gas.
Yeah, enough demand, and maybe this is just such the ideal location. Maybe that's the reason why you see it's not one of those that was on the list during the Biden administration to receive some federal funding.
It was on the list. They were awarded a $9 million grant during the Biden administration, but when the Trump administration came on board, he nixed a whole bunch of those. A lot of them got canceled. Theirs didn't get canceled, but they also didn't get any funding. So it's just kind of hanging out there in limbo. But the market is right now. So they're afraid if they wait, maybe the demand gets filled by other projects that are moving ahead without federal funding. They could get their project could get left behind. So they're going ahead with their own funding. It's a big bet. They're betting the farm that they can get in there with their project, and that when they do, it's going to be good for the future generations that take over those farms. If they're successful, it'll be very good.
Great story from Renee Jean. Check that out. Carbon capture. Have a great weekend, Renee.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean dropping in. We have special guest Dr. David Markham on in just a little bit. We're getting there. First, I want to talk about Finland. And why are they so happy in Finland? They always top the list as like the happiest country. Happy-go-lucky Finns. And they top the list again. The happiest nation is Finland. Why is that? And there may be reasons. And we'll take a first peek, a first look, a reveal of the University of Wyoming Cowboys uniforms they're going to wear for the border war. Get ready, CSU. We're coming for you, and we're wearing all black to do it. This uniform looks so cool and a little bit scary. We'll do that and more when we come back. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's go to Finland. Everybody wants to go to Finland, especially the Finns. When it comes to happiness, that Nordic country regularly scores high on the satisfaction ranking. In fact, Finland holds the top spot this year in the World Happiness Report. In the list of happiest countries, it's 6 consecutive years now Finland has ranked number 1 as the happiest nation in the world. For reference, just for comparison, United States is 15th on the list. The U.S., 15 happiest. These days is not hard to believe. What is it about Finland that makes them so happy, man? They're always smiling there in Finland. Well, we looked into it. According to the experts at BuzzFeed, they say number 1 is, by and large, and remember these are generalizations, but by and large, the Finns don't feel pressure to lie about their emotions. In other words, in the U.S., a typical brief greeting would be, "How you doing, Hank?" And Hank would say, "Oh, I'm fine. I'm great. How you doing?" "Oh, good. Everybody's good." When the real answer might not be that. But that's what we say, because nobody's going to say, "Hi, how's it going, Frank?" "Well, I was diagnosed with cancer yesterday." Or, "Not so great. I have this nagging pain in my Achilles heel." Or, you're going to say, "I'm good. I'm fine." In Finland, not so much. They'll tell you the truth. In Finland, much less of a compulsory positivity response. In Finland, they may say, "I'm not okay today." And the person that asks may say, "I'm not either. Let's go have a beer." Or I don't know, whatever they do in Finland. But the mental health of Finland fosters an environment where it's okay to be not okay. Well, that's a good reason. How about the work and life balance is prioritized? They enjoy their time off in Finland. And we can thank in great part to their former prime minister, Sanna Marin. She served in Finland from 2019 to 2013. She was age 34 when she got the gig, making her the world's youngest female head of state at the time. Sanna was had some pretty good foresight. She said she changed the country to a more flexible work schedule that would allow employees to work 4 days a week for 6 hours a day. Sanna, if you want to run for president of the United States, you got my vote. I like what I'm hearing. The 4-day work week we've always been promised, and 6 hours a day. She was instrumental in making that happen. Former Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin brought Finland a more balanced perspective. It's important to take long vacations and not just work yourself to death. Also mentioned as to why Finns are so happy, they have access to nature, a lot of it. Hey, Wyoming has that. That's why Wyoming usually toward the top of the list in happiest states. But the country's got a lot of use of outdoor, whether it's camping, berry picking, mushroom picking, swimming, hiking, horseback. They have what's known as everyman's rights. It's a country rules governing the country, which allows people to respectfully use the forests, the lakes, the seaside areas in order to get outside. The Finns like to get outside, and they have time to do so with the 4-day week. In Finland, learning new skills is also encouraged. Many Finns go back to college even after they've been working. They take yoga, pottery, they do hobbies together, encouraging learning something new, always good. And then finally, in Finland, they're a very trusting people. In general, they aren't suspicious when they meet someone. They don't think, that guy might be a carjacker. Drug dealer. They're very open and welcoming in their relationships. Finland tops the list as happiest nation in the world and have done so now for 5 years straight, 6 years, whatever I said, how many years straight. Good for Finland. I booked my ticket now to Finland. Andrew Rossi's story about how the Cowboy football team going to have a little bit of a different look on October 25th. That's the border war game against Colorado State University. Wyoming's going to wear an all-black, special, one-time only university uniform, and it looks pretty cool. Let me share the photo with you. All black, and that will pay tribute in honor of Wyoming's coal industry and coal legacy. I love it. It was the idea of UW, and they're also working with the coal industry, the Wyoming Mining Association, along with the university to honor Cowboy's coal industry. They're coming up with the iconic black, coal black jerseys with bold white letters, alternative uniform, part of a one-game only partnership between the university and the Wyoming Mining Association. It's a cool look. And hey, as Sally Ann Shermer says, whatever helps us beat those sheep, that's what's most important in the border war. I don't like a different uniform. I mean, I got to admit sometimes to see the Buffalo Bills wear those old red rush uniforms when they were all one color. Remember, the NFL did away with that, by the way, when they did the rush colors. A team would have an alternative jersey that would be very colorful, and then the tops and the pants, your jersey and your pants would match, like all red or all blue or all something. Those are kind of neat. But for the most part, I'm a traditionalist. Me and Coach Bowl, Craig Bowl, did not like alternative uniforms. Hated them. When Craig Bowl had his first press conference, when he replaced Coach Dave Christensen, he pledged, he didn't even talk about the football team. He didn't say like, I want to bring a passing attack to the game, or I'm going to work on the defense. He said, I'm getting rid of any uniform that isn't brown and gold. No names on the back. He was going back. He was going old school. Bowl said strictly brown and gold, no names on the uniform. Nothing fancy. We're going old school, old style. We're not changing it. I don't want to hear about alternative uniforms. And he threatened to throw the novelty uniforms in a bonfire until the university intervened and said, we paid a lot of money for those jerseys. You're not burning them up. The guy before him, Dave Christensen, Coach Christensen, he loved alternative uniforms, had a lot of different ones the team would explore during his tenure as coach from 2009 to 2013. But Coach Bowl, nope, brown and gold, and that's it. He would never have agreed to the all black, but it does look kind of cool. And if it helps us beat CSU, yeah, Sally and I are down with it. They got a new logo and a new look. Speaking of new, in Rock Springs, this is an interesting story, and credit the Rocket Miner. Way to go, Trina Britton wrote this story from the Rocket Miner. The sidebar of the story is a new logo for Rock Springs, a whole new look. It's kind of cool. I can't tell if I like it or not. I don't even know what their old look was, and I didn't even know cities and towns had a logo. But I guess they do, or they could, or they do in Rock Springs. I'm looking at a photo now of the Rock Springs Town Council, or unless they call themselves, I mean, maybe a city council. Yeah, they're a city council. And they unveiled the new look the other day. It's colorful. It looks kind of neat. And the mayor said, it was time to revamp the look. But that's not the main focus of the story. It has more to do with the city council approaching a dysfunctionality. This is the same city council headed by the mayor. It's Councilor Larry Hickerson is on the city council, and the mayor is Max Mickelson. That's a couple of names that sound a lot alike. Mickelson and Hickerson. How do you vote? Yeah, this is the same city council. You'll remember that Mayor Max Mickelson engaged a councilman's wife to a special temporary position as a nuclear information officer or something like that. And one of the city councilmen took objection, saying that's nepotism. That's, that's too cozy. He didn't like it. Malonis is that city councilman, Rick Malonis. And that's not the only time Malonis has had issues with his peers on the city council. So this is my takeaway from the story is it's come up yet again. Rocket Miner reporting that Councilor Rick Malonis admitted during a recent meeting on October 7th that he does not read the bills that come before him, in which he claims to vote against. In fact, they just had a reading of what's usually a slam dunk. If you've ever been to a city council meeting, it's usually when you vote on paying the bills, like Rock Springs City Council usually have the bills come before you. All the councilmen have seen what bills they are. We got to pay the electric bill, got to pay the trash bill, we got to pay these employees. And it's usually, you glance it over and you say, okay, how do you vote? Everybody votes yes. Malonis said, I don't want to pay the bills. He objected. When the mayor said, well, what is it on there that you actually his fellow councilor, Larry Hickerson, asked Malonis, if you're voting against the bills, what in there do you not like? He asked Malonis to single out just any one of the bills he doesn't approve of. Malonis said, I don't even look at them. There's always some kind of waste in there, Malonis said, quoted in the Rocket Miner. So Malone is just under the opinion that there's government waste and he doesn't want to pay the bills, but he hasn't read any of them and he couldn't point out any one in particular. So Mayor Max Mickelson offered Malonis a recess if he needed to go over the bills. He said, well, if you haven't read them, but you think there's waste in there, find it. Do you need a recess to read the bills and look them over? Malonis said no. He just didn't want to vote for them. I don't know what's going on with the Rock Springs City Council, but I appreciate local journalism and the local newspaper Rocket Miner bringing us into the room where they have the city meeting. Now, suddenly I understand a little bit more about the dynamics of the Rock Springs City Council, who have been in the news more than once in the past few months. Interesting. Let's take a quick break and we'll get our special guest in here right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Thursday. We welcome into the discussion our special guest, Dr. David Mantik. And we're going to kind of drill down on and analyze possible similarities between the assassination of JFK, President JFK, and Charlie Kirk. Can we draw any conclusions? Are there similarities? Certainly. Both struck down in broad daylight, both officially by this lone gunman wielding a rifle from distance, both happening at almost the same time of day, local time. And in both cases, we're told that authorities have a suspect and case closed, yet the evidence we're not allowed to look at too closely. It's weird. I do have some weirdness about the Charlie Kirk thing, but this guy on the show, Dr. David Mantik, MD, PhD, a lot of D's. He's got all the D's you need to be the expert. Doctor, where do we start? You've written books about JFK. You literally wrote the book on JFK. We'll talk about that material that's available, but what do you think? You really see similarities here, huh?
Well, I'm not an expert on Kirk. What I know has just been gleaned from the internet, and we all know how reliable or unreliable that can be. So I feel my expertise is more in the JFK case, but here is what I see subject to further facts. There's an amazing lack of transparency in the Kirk case, just as there was in the JFK case. So much seems to be hidden, and most people were quite aware of that in the JFK case, and now because of the internet and the social media, we're all aware of what we're missing in the Charlie Kirk case. We don't have an autopsy report, for example. We do not have a ballistic test that tries to match the bullet that was found under the skin of Charlie Kirk to the weapon that was found in the wooded area. We don't have that. Those are the basic pieces of evidence, and all we can do without that is speculate. So transparency, that's what I see as being very, very similar in these two cases.
Yeah, the lack of transparency, and then the public being told, we've got the guy, we have an answer, but yeah, we can't see anything. In the case of JFK, did we finally get disclosure? Maybe it was heavily redacted. I don't know. But do we know everything now about JFK, or do you think there's still things out there that we're not aware of?
Well, because of the books that my colleagues and I have published in the last few years, I think we know almost to 100% certainty what happened medically. What happened at the autopsy, what happened with the JFK x-rays from the autopsy and the photographs. We pretty well understand what happened there and why they created such a mess in the first place. It was a multi-level effort, actually, on the part of the pathologists and also by people who the pathologists did not know about. So it was a multi-level effort, and that's why they created confusion for so long. Now, as far as who pulled the triggers and who ordered that the triggers be pulled, that has been a large mystery for many years, although in my recent book, Consensus, I think that has been largely resolved as well. We can name names now, and we can't record conversations from history and put them in the history books, of course, but that almost never happens. We've come as close as I think we can possibly do in my new book.
Yeah, you want to learn more about that book and more about Dr. Mantik, check out the internet's themantikview.org. Mantik is MANTIK, themantikview.org. The latest book is Kill by Consensus, The Underlying Truth, reviewed in the United States. Yeah, that's interesting. Another previous book, The Final Analysis, and you had co-authorship with that. It's interesting. The more you learn about the whole JFK and what went down, the more you feel you still don't know, right? Sometimes.
Well, I think we're very close now.
Yeah.
The only thing we could really ask for, I think, are recorded conversations between the conspirators, which we know we're never going to get.
Yeah.
That's not history. That's wildly optimistic, and that's not what happens in history.
What about
the best we can do is piece it together?
What about the comparisons? One of the similarities between Kirk and JFK is the fact that it plays out in video, in real time. We have actual film of JFK, and you've probably watched that footage, I don't know how many times. And we have video from the Charlie Kirk, which you've probably seen many times. Give me an idea of anything that can be gleaned in analyzing footage of either of these events.
Oh, the other point I wanted to make earlier was that apparently we don't have facial recognition of Tyler Robinson in any of the video footage. The identification apparently has been based on just the way his body looks and the clothing that he wears. But as I understand it, there's no facial recognition.
And that is making the rounds virally on the internet as we see the supposed shooter. Initially, when law enforcement investigators were still looking for him, and then we see the surveillance still, and it doesn't appear to look like the same guy we eventually got. It's weird.
We really need some facts here. Now, in the JFK case, on the other hand, we have facts. We have my dozens, maybe hundreds of measurements from the JFK autopsy x-rays. Those are pretty undeniable facts. That's the kind of thing we need in the Kirk case, and we don't have.
Now, your background as a radiation oncologist, what can we learn from that kind of stuff? If you had a chance to see things in the Charlie, what would you ask for in the case of Charlie Kirk? What can you tell from radiation oncology and any of this?
Well, radiation oncology was extremely useful to me in the measurements I did on the x-rays. Do we have any x-rays from the autopsy? That would be very interesting to see. I don't even know if there were any taken. Does anyone know? Do you know?
Yeah.
No, we don't seem to know.
In both cases, Kirk and JFK, we have supposedly in custody. We have an answer of a shooter, but do you see signs that any kind of a patsy narrative is being manufactured again in the Kirk case? That was the fear in JFK. Like, we just had somebody stood up as the killer, but was he really?
Well, there is surprising evidence or suspicious evidence that Tyler may be a patsy. Things just don't fit together right. We are desperate for more facts. That's where this thing has to go. And right now, the public doesn't really have all the facts that it needs.
And who's in control of this information? Obviously, it's feds, right? As the government is controlling the evidence, and that lack of transparency just causes a lot of questions. Who is controlling it now? Who would you petition to say, I want to see a look at this?
Well, the trial will be interesting, won't it?
Yeah.
Will the autopsy evidence be introduced? Well, surely it must be. Is the trial going to be public or is it going to be private? I don't even know that answer. Do you happen to know that?
No, I don't think any of us know.
And the ballistic evidence, of course, trying to tie the bullet to the weapon, that's obviously central also. Is that going to be made public? So if none of that's going to be public, then of course suspicions will rise sky high.
And I think also we're talking, by the way, with Dr. Mantic, Dr. David Mantic. I think in both cases, what also raises suspicions is whenever you're presented with a lone gunman scenario. This is a guy acting alone on his own. It tries to get you isolated and focused on thinking this is just one crackpot. So don't even ask whether there's a conspiracy. Don't even ask for communications between the supposed gunman and anyone else. No groupthink. No, this isn't an agenda. It's just one nut with a gun. That's the case in both JFK and Kirk. That's interesting.
Well, in my mind, the basis of a democracy is being able to ask questions. It should be unfettered. We should be allowed to ask any reasonable question, and we should be given any reasonable answer. I don't exactly know who's covering up in the Kirk case. The government clearly is involved to some degree. Whether there's more than that going on, is there extra national effort being placed in this matter? There's some suspicion there may be. I don't know for sure, but we should keep our eyes open.
What are without giving away too many spoiler alerts, we want people to go and buy the book, which I think just did come out, right? This is brand new. Give me an idea of some of the stuff that's in the new book, JFK Killed by Consensus.
Well, the one person who surprised me the most was Nelson Rockefeller. I did not know how deeply entrenched he was in the intelligence community, but he was deeply, deeply into it. In the Guatemala affair, too, his financial interests were so overwhelmingly involved in the 1954 Guatemala coup that the United States participated in. But he was also apparently recorded on a phone conversation with Hoover. I report that in my book. And the question was whether they would be able to control the cover-up afterwards. Nelson Rockefeller? Well, that's amazing because Nelson Rockefeller was a very good friend of General Ed Lansdale, who is one of the most highly suspect individuals in this whole case. Most likely, he ran the Dealey Plaza operation and was in charge of the triggerment. Several witnesses have reported actually not just seeing him, but speaking to him there. So he's very suspect. And he was a very good friend of Nelson Rockefeller. How weird. And he was also a very good friend of Charles Cowboy, who was the second man in command at the CIA. So he knows all the right people.
Still shrouded in some mystery to this day, November 22nd, 1963. The latest book by David Mantik, our guest, JFK, Killed by Consensus. Dealey Plaza was just the final stop. Find it on Amazon. It's got 5-star ratings from all the readers, all the people who've purchased the book. Interesting stuff and possible similarities to Charlie Kirk. I see some of them for sure. I appreciate you being on, Dr. Mantik. Enjoy your weekend.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
You bet. Learn more, by the way, on the website, The Mantik View, themantikview.org. Look for the book, JFK Was Killed by Consensus. Are there similarities between that and the Charlie Kirk assassination? That's for more inquisitive minds. We certainly see similarities in the lack of transparency, similarities in where are the answers. Maybe they'll come out in the ensuing trial. But so far, very little empirical data, empirical evidence has been produced in the Charlie Kirk case for us, the public. That's worrisome. Well, that's going to do it for us on this Thursday. We got to duck out. We'll see you same time tomorrow, right here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thank you so much for spending your day with us. Have a great Thursday, y'all. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.